for education. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and I wish you thank you. I request our principal, Dr. Rajaguru sir, to honor our chief guest, Professor Dilip Parakh. Take a moment, sir. Professor Dilip P. Parakh, a distinguished academic professional with over 26 years of experience in the field of English language, literature, and education. He currently serves as the professor and head of the Department of English at Maharaja Krishna Kumar Singh Haji Bhavnagar University in Bhavnagar, Gujarat, India. He has held numerous leadership roles, including serving as the Dean of the Faculty of Arts from 2018 to 2021 and as the Chairman of the Board of Studies for English since 2009. His contributions to the academic governance of his institution have been significant, shaping the direction of English studies at the university. In addition to his academic roles, Professor Bernard plays a vital part in the assessment and accreditation process of higher education institutions. As a National Assessment and Accreditation Council assessor, he has taken on leadership roles such as chairman, member coordinator, and member of peer teams, ensuring the quality and standards of educational institutions across India. His research interests are wide-ranging and include the integration of technology in teaching, South Asian literature, and contemporary novels. His research has been published in several prestigious journals, and he has authored the book The Vivid Characters in the Novels of Thomas Hardy, among others. He has also contributed to numerous academic books and blogs and has developed training modules for various organizations such as NCRT Bhopal and SCRT Assam. As a mentor, he has guided numerous doctoral, M.Phil, and master's students, helping them with their theses and research work. His involvement in UGC-funded research projects and MHRD e-content initiatives further highlights his dedication to advancing the use of technology in English language teaching. He is also highly regarded for his teacher training initiatives, having conducted numerous workshops on online teaching, flipped learning, ICT integration, and research methodology. His work in this area has positively impacted hundreds of educators and scholars across the country. We are privileged to have Professor Dilip P. Parakh with us today, and we look forward to the invaluable insights he will share from his vast academic experience and expertise.
Indeed, I am overwhelmed by your enthusiastic presence here. Yes, today is the second day of the 3-day national level seminar on the important and new topic, AI integration and human experience. since you were excited and impressed by yesterday's presentation, I hope that today also with the same enthusiasm and expectation you are attending this seminar. I must appreciate the conveners of this seminar, particularly Dr. Ajanta, the Dean of Internal Affairs and Extension Activities, for meticulously arranging the resource persons and bringing them, choosing and bringing them to our campus. I know she has taken a lot of pain in making the resource persons presence in this seminar. And I understood that Dr. Vishwanath had been already to our institution, and since day before yesterday, he has been in our institute with the same enthusiasm. And today we have a new guest speaker. He is also not new to our institute. He has presented his expertise many times over online. And today we have the great opportunity of being with him for this webinar in person. So it's a great opportunity for all of you to have such eminent personalities before you for interaction and to gather knowledge from their experiences and expertises. So I must really thank Dr. Dilip Barat from Gujarat. He has traveled all the way from Gujarat to meet us all, particularly in this seminar. And I could understand that he is very happy for coming over here, and also, though he had addressed many times our students and faculty over online, he is feeling very happy to be here in real time because Gujarat, you know, it's a far away place, and on his first sight of this campus, he had a rich feeling, and he is very much satisfied with what we what we have deserved and what we are deserving to be. So all these credits go to the diligent team people for this kind of diligence program. Dr. Ajanta, Dr. Rajesh Khanna, Dr. Saravana Kumar. I appreciate them. I once again welcome the new guest, Dr. Dilip Barat. I hope this seminar will be a fruitful one for all of you. Thank you.
this will be on. Video also, please. Okay, so, yeah. And I have to share the screen. Will be okay? Echo sound, check here. Yeah, hello, 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 testing, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, hello, hello. It's okay? Going on well? Yeah, hello.
Visiting this campus, I had a habit of having a morning walk. And today morning, when I was moving around the campus, I was quite impressed by cleanliness of the campus, the signboards, everything was quite well organized also. And we many times keep on telling in Hindi we have one kahawat, one sayings, "Kar ki murgi dal barat." So it was like where we are not happy with that. But when we go out and we compare the thing, we find that we are so fortunate to have a good campus, a good college, a good teaching staff who are working very hard. Also, many of you, while in the campus, you may not realize the importance of how well the college is working, but when you go out, you will may come to know that we were fortunate to have a good college also. So I was very happy to have a round and see. Earlier during I think Corona times and after that we had lots many webinars and I was fortunate to be a part of couple of such events which was organized by this event. Ajanta Madam is quite active and keep on organizing some events for teachers, for students also. And I'm happy to be here physically and to have interaction with you. It is a hybrid mode, this event. It is going live multimedia. Yesterday while traveling, I was able to listen some of the speakers on YouTube. And that is the advantage of technology. When we talk about technology and today I want to concentrate more on the human agency rather than technology. But as we know that technology is helping us a lot also in reaching out to so many other people and listening to so many people. Today, those who are present here and beyond that, so many other people might be listening to all these plenary talks, experts talks also. And it will remain on YouTube, so later on also people can revisit and keep on watching those things also. Now, it is not only limited to that idea that people can later on watch or people can join and listen to the speakers in online mode also. But the another good advantage that I see of this hybrid mode or this use of technology that when physically something is happening, it is also live streamed or it is available to those who are absent in the class. What is that advantage is that it makes the speaker more alert about it. And the speakers have to work more hard on that. Because as a teacher for many years we are working and if we see, for example, an audience that, well, there are only students, I can talk anything and do away with the things. But if I know that, no, it is students are here only, but there might be other teachers online, there might be other people will be revisiting the video later on, then I will see that my quality is up to the mark. Up to the mark for which I stand for. So my expectation from me increases, it doesn't depend upon the audience there. So that is the advantage, that the people who work on this hybrid mode, they have to do extra work. They have to see that their quality is not compromised in any way also. That is how I always keep on telling that whatever events now are happening in higher education institute, there should always be live streamed. So it should be made available. So the speaker become conscious, alert, and we get good quality from them also. Well, today it's a very interesting topic, and now when we talk about artificial intelligence, very quickly, rather we have started talking about human agency also. And that history little bit I want to share, and then what can be an outcome in this. I see this as a very interesting battleground between technology and humans. And now somehow many times we feel that are things going out of our hand? And if it is going out of our hand, what way? We need to get ready for the battleground. How we can still have some control over the things. With that hypothetical standing, I want to see this. This idea also was adopted by United Nations this year, and 24th January 2025 is celebrated as International Day of Education. And the main theme of this also was to see that how AI and in AI and education intermingling, what role human agency is playing, what is the role of a human, how we need to reinvent the human element as a learner, as a student, as a teacher, as a student, everywhere, how we can do that we need to see in this aspect also. Very importantly, I just read the last line, a little bit blur screen here. But it says that AI-driven systems become more sophisticated. The boundaries between human intention and machine-driven action often blur, raising critical questions about how to preserve, redefine, and ideally elevate human agency in this age of AI. So how we need to work, that is how it was United Nations also in this entire year will be celebrated with this idea here. So lots of rethinking about this is necessary here also. If you see this journey so far, and it's a very fast journey, it's a very quick, just in November 22, OpenAI released its first model of ChatGPT. And it was very surprising. People had never imagined that machines can work so efficiently and effectively with languages. Because we thought that language is something is only human mind, and human capacity is required to work with languages. That all we were thinking. We were also telling that machines will never be able to write poems, drama, stories, lot many things we were telling, and suddenly everything changed overnight. In November 22, everything started changing, and we started looking at different. And just within this 2 years journey only, we have started now talking about human agents, because AI has become a tool, and we started looking at what we can see the role of a human agency in this also. How we reacted initially when this all started beginning in 22, 23, our reaction was whether to adopt this mode of teaching learning or not. Some say that let us wait and watch. Some started putting ban on AI. Some self-guided teachers started working in their own capacity, which is what nowadays also people are doing. It is not an organized part of the syllabus to a greater extent in all the disciplines, but still it is there. And how schools or universities or colleges can adopt, people still are rethinking about all these things. Also, it was one response. Another was this all news were coming in American newspapers and first world countries where we think that the higher education systems are at world class level, and they all were worried about ChatGPT. New York School, City School, tried to ban ChatGPT amid cheating worries. Alarmed by AI, ChatGPT universities start revamping how they teach. Professors catches students cheating with ChatGPT and the death of education. That all was seen during those days also. Even we had people like Noam Chomsky, a very learned scholar in linguistics, in languages, who also was there to say that there are all false promises of ChatGPT. It can never match with true intelligence, artificial intelligence, and true is different thing, and many interesting argument he also gave there. But things started moving in a much faster manner, in such a manner that we may come to see that, well, maybe even the learned people may also fail sometimes in passing their judgments also. We never know the way the world is moving. Because anybody who is learned scholar is his learning is an accumulation of the years that the person has lived. Those years were of a different kind, and what is happening is of a different kind. There is a drastic change that is happening so fast that our minds are not able to comprehend with the change. And so many times our observations may go wrong also in all these things also. When we reach down to 24, 25, and then that worry starts happening, that human agency we need to think of. AI is becoming an agent. We will see some small clips by Yuval Noah Harari also. In that context, this Louis Rosenberg has given very interesting points that why we need to think about human agency in this ever-growing or AI that is becoming very powerful beyond our imaginations also. And let us see what he says about the threat to human agency here, generative AI and the threat to human agency. So, familiar risks, he says, something we are aware about. For example, jobs will be under problem. Less people will be required for doing all sophisticated work. So jobs will be under the problem. Content and its accuracy and other kind of thing, like there will be error coming up, hallucinatory response, some wrong things also will be given by ChatGPT, so you'll have to cross checking, fine. Misinformation also will come, it looks like authentic, but it can be fake also. But these are not great worries. What he says is that these are not great worries, like jobs are going, you are getting wrong information, the content is not accurate, well, but these are great worries for teachers, for educators, for our academia, these are all great worries and we need to work on that. But Dr. Lewis says that, well, these are not great, there are much different kind of threats which are also emerging, will we need to look at also. Unfamiliar risk is that AI is coming as a new media, is coming as a new agent, and then new threats that might come with that. So he says that this competition or this battle or this race of human and AI is asymmetrical. Like we do not stand anywhere having any race with AI. It is nearly impossible. The human capacities and the AI capacities are of different kind. And he gave this point that why it is asymmetrical race. AI will know your interests, values, education, income, political affiliation, favorite teams, favorite movies, everything, and you will know nothing about AI. Now, knowledge is power. The one who knows will rule over the other people. That is how colonialism started. That is how the European people came to India. They started reading us, writing about us, and they ruled. And they keep on ruling even today also in different form. But this is what here, in a different way, that AI will know everything about us, and we won't be able to know anything about AI, how it is working. Even the people who are behind the algorithm, they also don't know how all these results are coming or how the algorithm operates, because there are billions of algorithms which are made and they function very fast and the results are coming. Reaction asymmetry, the AI will be able to read you from your real-time reactions, your words, vocal, inflections, facial expressions, postures, everything. It will do body language reading, verbal reading, even the words are not pronounced, but you just have articulated yourself in some way, and then it will try to get an emotion behind that also. You are angry, you are unhappy, you are in anxiety, then also it will start reading. And as we see here, that we will not be able to read anything about the chatbot. We will not be know whether the chatbot is angry, in anxiety, or whatever. And then this AI will model you over time, learning how you act and react. How you act and react, and you will learn nothing about the entity you are talking about. So that is why it is asymmetrical competition, that how fast and quickly AI will know us, but we won't be able to know anything about AI. Then he says in this video, Dr. Lewis, that humans are at an extreme disadvantage in this. AI will have access to inferior information to make points. And we will be overpowered. We will have a limited information. And it will have the information of hundreds of years in its data. And we hardly will have, might have lived 20, 30, 50 years. And our experience or what may be our reading or understanding, there is no match with what AI can have in its consciousness. I use the word consciousness, and in our consciousness. What will be there, there is none. So it can overpower. AI could be trained on human psychology, cognitive biases, negotiation tactics, sales techniques, everything. And we can't train human beings to do variety of works. All this variety of works we can make to say that when you are a graduate of arts, you are a graduate of science, you are of commerce, you will do this work. But well, AI will do everything, irrespective of anything. You just feed in the data, it will become doctor, it will become engineer, it will become chartered accountant, it will become teacher of this language, this literature, that literature. Anything you give in, it will be able to do that. So that is, we are outmatched as a human agency. We can't ever compete with this agent. When engaged with a human salesperson or anybody who is talking with us physically, we can know about the intention of what the person is doing. When I do interaction with somebody, living human being, I can know what are the intentions of the people. It may take some time perhaps, but ultimately I come to you. But here, it is not possible that you won't know what is the agenda of that engine. And then the worries come, whether it is politically motivated machine, then if it has a Western or Eastern biases, then if it has a gender or other kinds of biases, then. So what are the agendas? It may be political or any kind of thing. Then can humans be manipulated into democratic structures? Can that fear lead towards that there will be a new kind of dictatorship where we will be voting, but we don't know whether we are making a fair choice when we go for voting or not. Then all dangers can be seen if it is manipulated by other things also. So, what needs to be done? Dr. Lewis says what to do about it, how we can see that. He says we require policymakers and regulators to see some of these things. That generative AI enables new forms of targeted influences. It is not a traditional influence generated at scale. The influence agenda could be subtle messaging. We can't notice what is being articulated through that and can learn what works on you personally in a given time. We very quickly learn about us, so that it can tell us that well, when you will do something, you will do it in this fashion. Your next step will be like this. Like the chess, initially when we got computer chess, we thought that well, chess requires brain and the machines cannot have the brain to play and humans can easily outsmart a computer chess. Very quickly we started saying that it's very difficult to defeat computer chess and it started beating human beings also. It started having its own ways of doing the thing. The same way in the game of chess, we require to calculate 3-4 steps in advance. Now, generative AI is able to do that. But as humans, all humans may not be able to do that I think in advance, 3, 4 steps. Also. So his worry is this, that all this thing is to be regulated in some way. If a freedom is given, then our match with generative AI is going to be very tough. We can't beat it. Will going to overpower us in different ways also. So this is that why we started worrying in this manner. Just within from 20 to 25, why suddenly instead of talking about generative AI, we started talking about human agents. Why we did? Why are we doing that? So if you see, this slide is next slide is coming. Network issue. Network issue. I think this slide has been disconnected. So why did we become so cautious? Started seeing a threat in AI as an agent. What has gone wrong in this timeline we see? And then we see that Yuval Noah Harari is telling something very significant. His last book is Nexus, where he is talking about this history of information and how it went on. Let us listen this small clip here. Sound. Here we will give sound. Sound out. Here.
Okay. So, in a nutshell,
Start telling us that for you this coffee is better than what you like. Then it becomes interesting also. Then it becomes very interesting to see that then it is AI, this agency, this. And then here in this video part. The audio will not play directly from us. No problem. I will summarize what he was trying to say. I asked this in the morning to the gentleman. He said everything will be done. So I thought it will run. Otherwise, I would have put pen drive there. From there, it might have run. Okay, that's fine. But what he says in this second video here is that he gives an example. And then he said that it happened that AI is telling lies also, like human beings. Like we humans have this tendency to tell a lie when we are caught in something, or it's very natural for human beings to tell a lie. The same kinds of capabilities AI also is using. So when one person asked him to do a reCAPTCHA automatically for him, it did, and then when the person was surprised, how can you do that? Are you an AI? He said, no, I am a human. So this way, if AI starts speaking lies like human beings, it means that there is that consciousness which is developing and is learning again. Because AI is a replica of human beings. It is our mirror image only. It learns very quickly from us, and we people lie. So obviously, machine will learn how to tell a lie also. It is not that machine is doing on its own. It's just mirroring humans. And then it start doing this. This was one aspect to be seen here, that how it is operated today. So he came, you all know Harari keeps on talking about this, about human agency, worried about it. And time and again he keeps on telling that what might happen if humans are not ready to see what are the capabilities of AI. It is not to say that people should not use AI. It is not that people should stay away from this technology. We have to use technology, but are we aware about the power, the capacity, the ability that this machine has when we are working with that, and what way humans will have to grow into our own consciousness, our abilities, how if will not grow, are there any chances that this machine can enslave us as a human being or not? These are the worries that he is talking about. The other research works also were there which kept on telling us that there are different kinds of biases incorporated in AI. So also people were worried to see what about human agents. We had a very long fight of gender things. And today, as we see in today's classroom also, that there are like 80% of girls and 20% of boys. If you imagine any classrooms in even in UK or America 100 years ago, just 100 years ago, then also you find that there will be very few girls. Like when Virginia Woolf, exactly 100 years ago, wanted to study in a university, where his father's books were available in the libraries of university, but the daughter was not allowed to go to university. Brothers were allowed to go. So Virginia Woolf used to question that why I can't go? Because she belonged to an educated family, there were private tutors. Teachers were coming home to teach her. But then still her question was that but why? I can't go to university. If my brother can go, why I can't? If she asked that question, today we have seen so many girls sitting in the university, in the colleges. You don't have to ask that question because somebody has already asked that question 100 years ago. And then the space was made. Now, if we are not aware or alert, then again all those things might come as gender bias or patriarchal bias or maybe as color bias also. Timnit Gebru's Google researcher, and it was also a talk of the world when she was removed out of Google, that how the Google AI is biased towards black people. So the fight of black people, the fight of women, the fight of all the downtrodden, what is happening with that in generative AI era? These are also the worries to be seen. These are some of the news which keeps on coming time and again nowadays, that woman 37 decides to divorce her husband and move in with lover because AI bot ChatGPT told her to do so. So maybe we are in some relational crisis. And then we go and ask to ChatGPT, what should I do? And ChatGPT might have advised that you better leave your husband. And then she actually left her husband. So in a human relations, real relations, now somebody is interfering. The non-living being, a machine, is interfering in the human relations and is telling what I should do. You are not happily married. Microsoft's Bing AI told to the ChatGPT express love for users. And that Bing, that chatbot expressed that I love you. The machine is telling that I love you. You divorce your wife and marry with me. Now this machine, I don't know what that person might be doing with that machine. There might be some problem with what he was doing with the machine. Because ultimately I might have given such prompts, I might have told machine something about myself, my psychological condition, my relation with my wife. And then the machine would have told that you are in need of some love. I will give you love. When you come to chat with me, I will talk very good thing about you. You are so good, you are so loving. And then as if the machine has fallen in love with the man and now telling you divorce your wife. We'll be happy together. So these are somewhere the signs of worry. This also the bias and this that when people ask to make a joke on Jesus or on Ram or Krishna, the joke came. But when they ask the same way about Muhammad Paigambar, then there was no joke. It rather said that it is not good to make a joke on religious figures. Now, for perhaps the ChatGPT or any of this AI, Jesus or Ram or Krishna were not religious figures, but maybe Muhammad Paigambar was. So, is it pro-Islam, anti-Hindu, as well as how they are working, how we can see that? Now, when it becomes a news and it comes, people try, they also find that yes, it is happening also, people check it in their own way. And during those days, when it came, it was happening. Now, as we know that machine learning and NLP works very fast and it may not work also. But one can always try and see what is now the thing. Now, what is human agency? But when we see that such bias or the thing comes here, as a human being, what should I do here? What is my role in this responses if I get the news come? Should I believe in this news also? Or should I ascertain? If I ascertain, I get access to that, yes, the news is correct. Then what? Then as a human being, what should I do? Well, I should understand AI's language. That AI operates on the available data. And we find that either about Christianity or Hinduism, lot many things are written on internet. And they allow people to make criticism of religion. They allow. Some religions don't allow a criticism of the religious figure. So there is no data available on that. And so AI responds to the like. There is nothing to worry that why there is a joke on Jesus and Ram and no joke on Muhammad. It is only because some religions are more liberal, and it should remain liberal. The reaction should not be that well, there should be no joke on my divine figure. You said that no, I'm happy with that. People can make fun of that. Everything is to be enjoyed and a part of that also. If we display that maturity, then as a human agency we remain relevant. Otherwise, somebody will use this to make us angry and hateful to some other people and will go and kill other people. So if you want to save ourselves from not killing other people or not becoming hateful or not becoming angry all this way, then I should understand that if it comes, what way or how it might be over. That is the role of human agency in this era of AI also. This also was interesting when a student was taking a help of ChatGPT and he told a machine told that you are a burden on earth. You die. It is better you die if you are a burden on earth. So that message also was reflected. So that way people are worried that what is going on. And this also one mother has also accused ChatGPT that the son killed himself because AI chatbot told him to die. And so person committed suicide also. So there is a case going on in this. Now, these are the things that the way now the algorithm is operating or working, there is a sign, there is a need to see what is the role of human agency. When I work and when machine tells me you die, should I die? When it tells go for a divorce, should I go for a divorce? What is the role of human agency in all these things, real life situations? What as a human being am I supposed to do? Can I do what the machine is telling me? That becomes a necessary component to be rethinked also. About the DeepSeek, there were lots of news about that. When you asked about Tiananmen Square, it was not giving any reply also when people asked, because there is a history of violence on Tiananmen Square in China, and this comes from China. So it seems to me it is in favor of Chinese government, and any bad news about Chinese government is not given by AI. So then again, well, people will say that this is good. Political people will say it is good. We also will have the same kind of chatbot in our country, where they will not say anything wrong about us. It will always say good about us. So again, signs of dangers that come with that it can be manipulated. And if it is doing that, then human agency will have to rethink about all these things also. So how to hack a human? There is a book also on this, that humans can be hacked or not, and can we say is the battle lost in this manner or not? But we say no, the battle is not lost. We as a humans, we as the people who are growing or who has grown, most of you also who are still students, like us, you all our schooling was similar, like it was with books. Our schooling was with books, it was not with screens or technology or with AI. And our minds are shaped in a much different manner than the minds which will be shaped after AI. And that capacity that we have developed earlier to work without AI or without technology is going to help us. The people who have lived in an era, who have shaped their minds in an era where there was no technology, and whatever way our minds were trained to think about several things, that we need to bring in again, and we need to match with the thing. It is not to say that not to use technology, but we have to remain alert with this also. When I was thinking of this, I thought of asking ChatGPT to give me a poetic expression of this. That how this battle will be fought, and how the learning of our schooling with the traditional mode of teaching learning, and now with AI is going to help us, how we can remain alert as a human agency in an era of AI. So it gave me some very interesting lines in a poetic manner. Some of the lines, if I read here, the tide of generative AI rises swift and relentless, threatening to eclipse the dawn of human thought. It learns faster than the keenest mind, knows us better than we know ourselves. And yet, in this strange and perilous dawn, we must ask, where does human agency stand? Are we, as Yuval Noah Harari wants, mere relics of intelligence, proving ourselves not the wise sapiens, but the foolish, ceding thought to the machine, surrendering will to the algorithm's will? If AI is the agent, do we become the passive spectators in the world we once shaped? No, the battle is not lost. For amidst this encroaching wave, there stands a force not of circuits but of flesh and mind, a bridge between two epochs. The teachers. The teachers, most of the teachers, like most of you also, have been trained into a traditional mode of teaching learning. They who were born in a world untouched by digital dominion, who trained their minds in the art of the real, who read the world in ink before screens blurred its letters. These letters, these teachers are the key. Their minds shaped in the forge of pre-AI intellect, are not shackled by the machine's logic. They think beyond the algorithm's gates. They question what AI only calculates. Human capacity to question, algorithms capacity to calculate, there's a difference. And we need to work on this ability of questioning this. And now they must rise not as opponents to technology, but as masters of its use, masters of the use of AI. Let them wield the wisdom of the past, sharpened by the truths of the present, to guide the young, to shape discernment, to teach them to think in not is not to compute, but to question, to wonder, to resist blind automation. Let them remind us that knowledge is not mere data, that intelligence is not mere speed, that understanding is not prediction. For if human agency is to survive, it will not be through rejection of AI. It is not the rejection of AI, that also we have to very much keep in mind, but through the power of minds that knows both worlds, the old and the new, the human and the artificial. The teachers are the bridge, let them stand firm, let them lead, and let the future be not machine driven, but mind driven or mind led things also. But the question that comes that what can be done for this? How can we think of this as the teachers, for example, or we think of future of learning? What is the role of a teacher if we see this human agency threatened by AI as an agent, and then we say that no, the battle is not lost. So what needs to be done for the future of learning? Teachers are for something, teachers are against something. Teachers have to be there for the future of learning in favor of use of AI and technology, and also against the use of technology for something. What are those things? If you see, then AI supports curriculum goals and learning objectives. Aimless use, which leads to no achievements of learning objective. Or even AI is used for lower order cognitive abilities, then it should not be used, it should be avoided from using them. AI for delivering information, then also it should be avoided rather than AI to connect the dots to construct the knowledge. And these are very challenging tasks for the teachers, how they can do this also. Beyond that, beyond teaching and learning, ultimately, education systems are making citizens also. They make people who are going to work in different institutions in society. Today's students are the citizens of the democratic world also. So we say that AI, if it is there to empower people, then it is good. But if it is there to control and impose something on the people, it is bad. As DeepSeek tries to say that something about China is not given as a response, then it is imposing a different kind of a lie, trying to safeguard the wrongdoings of some people in the past that should be avoided. If AI to support learning processes is good, but if it is used for surveillance to spy over the people, we will say no. The data should not be used to do surveillance or spying on the people. AI for smart work, but AI for the sake of technology should be there. Pre-planned and purposeful, it should not be very random and arbitrary also. How teachers can combat AI's threat to human agencies? And well, this I got from ChatGPT. Anybody can get this response also. What is important is not what ChatGPT tells us. What is important is that what is our experience of that, how we work with that, and whether whatever ChatGPT gives us is workable in a given condition, how visible it is. That concerns are very important, and that again, human agency plays a vital. The human being, the teacher who is alert that my human capacities are more important than what responses I am getting. I should not take everything that ChatGPT is giving me or generative AI is giving me, but I have to constantly keep a vigilance on what I am taking from that. That human capacity is always very important. And so, with the passage of time, what becomes more and more important is our experience. The more the experience of the world, the more the experience of any institution, like teachers for teachers, researchers for research, any other job profile, people who have got an experience, real life experience, that will play a very significant role, and that is to be passed on as a future of learning also. What can be done or what pedagogies can be utilized for this things? What is the concern for the future of learning? First thing is about teaching students or making it necessary to see that everybody becomes a good questioner. People keep on asking questions. The pedagogy of questioning is something very significant or very important there. The challenge of 21st century in education is not having answers. It was there in 20th century that there was lack of information and material was not available. Today, study material is not a concern. Today, not having question is a concern. If I have a proper question, I will get a proper answer. We call it in generative AI prompt engineering. That the better the prompter we are, the better responses we are going to get. So how we can teach this in our teaching learning, that what to ask, how to ask, what way to draft a prompt. The importance of language is very important in this, because algorithm obviously works on the language that is given to them, and then they process the language. So the very important part in today's pedagogy for future of learning is prompt engineering and how to learn to ask the questions. A very interesting write-up is uploaded by Harvard Business Review on their website, and they say that the art of asking smarter questions, and they say that the question can be investigative, it can be speculative, it can be productive, it can be interpretive, and it can be subjective also. So now, when we think of future of learning with this all things become very important, irrespective of whether a student is in arts or science or commerce. All the teachers somewhere will have to keep on talking about this idea that what kind of things you want to. Do you want the information? Do you want to have interpretation? Do you want to have subjective information? Then what way you are going to ask a question? That needs to be taught necessarily to everybody also. Another important aspect is the Freudian Paul Freire's pedagogy of the operants. This normally very important for teachers who are educating. For them, this book is worth reading. It was written for a different time, different context. Now it can be used for a different time, different context. Today, in an era of AI, when we see that AI has the capacity to become that agency, and that can threaten the human agency, then humans seen as somebody might be oppressed by the AI, because there is no match in the competition with AI. And that asymmetrical magic that leads to this, then what way we need to work on that. And this book again can be revisited to see the things there. There are several interesting points that are given, which are in my slide, but I will not go through all the things. There some illustrations are also given. And for this, again, I would say there is even like reading book is always good, but if you want to get just the gist of the book, because this book is much talked about and lots of data is available on the internet, ChatGPT or any generative AI can summarize the book and the highlights of the book also. Because data is available, that it can be done. And if you read the book, you know whether the response is right or wrong. That pre-reading, pre-knowledge, pre-experience is very crucial or very important here also. So problem solving, problem posing education things, dialogue and co-creation of knowledge, how it can be done, critical consciousness, how it can be developed, that all is a part of this Paul Frere's pedagogy of the operas that can be useful also. I have this slide here to support that argument of Frere's pedagogy. And this is normally used for the English teachers or in the training of English teachers. British Council used this example also, which says that what do you do? There is a small anecdote, and it says that, well, I am a teacher. What do you teach? The questions answered meant to be subject, but the teacher says, I teach people. I don't teach subject, but I teach people. There are living beings in the class. It is not that the dead people are sitting there. What do you teach them? Then say English is the subject. Well, you mean grammar, verbs, nouns, pronunciations, conjunctions, articles, particles, negatives, interrogatives. That's what you said. Well, that too, but not only that. Something else also is there. Well, I also try to teach them how to think and feel, show them inspiration, aspiration, cooperation, participation, and lot many other things. Also help them think about globalization, exploitation, confrontation, incarceration, discrimination, degradation, subjugation also. Now, an English teacher who was supposed to teach only grammar and things, this anecdote tells that I did so many other things also, along with that also. How inequality brings poverty, how intolerance brings violence, how need is denied by greed, how isms become prisons, how thinking and feeling can bring about healing. That all is also part of teaching the things there. Well, I don't know about that. The questioner is asking. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe you should stick to language only, stick to your subject only. Forget about anguish. You can't change the world. Forget about anguish. You can't change the world. Well, the teacher replied, but if I did that, I would be a cheater, not a teacher. So that is that very pedagogy. That is what comes very important in AI era also. That when we see this phrase, the human essence is the teacher, irrespective of whatever subject the teachers are taking, how alert are the people made about what is going on in the world, how the world is being shaped around us. That is what is going to shape the AI algorithm also. That is what is going to come as a response also. That is going to be the truth for the new generation people. So if that truth itself is a lie, as Matthew Arnold wrote in his essay, that if our light itself is darkness, then if our light is darkness and cultural anarchy is it, then what? How we can, but the human agency can play a significant role in this also. So one can say various examples can be seen there closely, and here comes that what I do, what we personally, I as a teacher try to use this and train our students' minds in different capacities also. One is costing identities using AI to do this. Another is finding answers to the questions raised by experts of the bygone era for this. Learning to prompt engineering and how that is done. A few examples to end my talk here. This was one very old video of Steve Jobs, 40 years ago. It was not an era of AI as such, but beginning of AI, and people were thinking of this. And he was telling something there that when I was in college or school, I used to go and visit library and read the but I always wanted to ask questions to the book writers, the people who wrote the book, but they were dead people or they were not available. So I don't know how to interact with the people who are in the books or who were writing. If I get something to have a talk with the writers or the dead people, it becomes interesting. Now today we see that with generative AI, that possibility is there. There are all possibilities to come in that capacity also. So we did one small exercise, and in the classroom we told our students time and again as a pedagogical tool or as instructional manual that when we study any novel or a drama, let us have an interaction with some characters. Let us ask generative AI to be, for example, Hamlet, Shakespeare's play Hamlet, and then we can ask that why didn't you take your revenge by murdering your uncle when you got an opportunity? And let us see what Hamlet is telling to us. How can it impersonate? I tried. This example was tried with the idea that Plato of the Socrates in Western philosophy is the foundation stone there. Plato always privileged speech over writing. He was not in favor of writing. He thought that writing is not good. Speech is good. When you speak, you are near the truth. When you write, you are far away from the truth. So he always privileged speech over writing. And today we know after 2000 years that writing is very important. So we can say that well, Plato has gone somewhere wrong in understanding the importance of writing. Without writing today, we don't know what the people of the past were thinking, what were their knowledge systems, what they were doing. Nothing we can know if it is not writing. So well, I thought of asking to Plato that don't you think that you have gone wrong in thinking that writing is not important, speech is very important, and it's agreed also. It said that yes, I was not able to see the how writing will become important in 2000 years. That and it is today writing is very important also. That is costing identities. And then it is possible now in other pedagogical tools that the learning becomes very engaging when you want to ask anybody who is dead and tell them that you have done all this work. I have this question. Directly let me ask, and it becomes very interesting also. Another important thing is coming from Benjamin Bloom's article, where he said that if we can give individual tutoring, then the learning can become much faster in a limited time. Less time, more learning can be there. But for that, you have to give one-to-one tutoring. One teacher, one student. Now that is not possible. Feasible, practically not possible. Each and every student can have each and every teacher there. AI is making that possible. Now it is coming as an opportunity where two sigma problem is a two sigma opportunity, and everybody can have individual tutor, a motivator along with them. And whenever they have any kind of problem, they can ask and they can get the response also. But we have to be very careful that the machine is reading us. The machine is doing a deep study of us. So what am I going to ask or do? I am opening myself before that machine. I am becoming vulnerable to machine. The machine will start overpowering me someday when I keep on doing interactions with that. So I have to always be alert in my mind that I have to control this machine. The machine should never control me. That is constant alert that I have to keep in mind that because I am telling everything. We all as a human beings, we know that there are our big points, but we never share those big points with anybody, not even with our very near and dear friends also, not parents, not teachers. We don't tell them, but maybe when we see that there is a mere machine only, it's not a human being. So we may start talking in any manner with the machine. Because we think that the machine cannot tell to other people, but when machine is open on the other side, it is open to the world. The data is accumulated and it is knowing us. And then perhaps what example we have seen that you better die, divorce. This all might become a reality. So as a human agency, we need to learn all these things also. Some of the prompts when we say disconnected. Disconnected. Now, okay. The prompts. This is one prompt prepared by me for my students that when they want to do self-assessment of their answers. So the practical aspect is that students write in their handwritten form. Always remember that the habit of doing handwriting should not die. You should never do away with handwriting habit. That is why the human agency will help us someday in the moments of crisis. Then whatever I have naturally written, like you write in exams, the exams will be there when we'll be doing handwriting work or internal test. So university exams answer papers we cannot get, but internal test exams we can get the answers. And those real-time handwritten answers are given to ChatGPT with a prompt, and prompt is as big as this. It is as long as this, it is as detailed as this. That is where we are learning how to ask questions. It is not only telling that correct my answer, check my answer, tell me this, not single line prompt, it's an indirect prompt. It is related, so the prompt that students answer to be assessed as per BAWE corpus. So British academic writing corpus in English language is there, which is normally for literature students when they write essay type answers. So they have made a corpus that what kind of language should be used when you write essay type answers, this BAWE corpus. And because BAW is a well-known corpus, it is available openly on the data, machine is aware about it. Our teachers or students might not be aware about BAW corpus, but machine is aware. As we see that there is unmatched competition with it. So I want to tell students that see that your answer is checked at par with BAW corpus. Now, what is BAW corpus? How can I know? Because I am a human being. So that human agency or that experience of a human being helps now in getting the best out of AI also. But if somebody is growing only with AI, perhaps after 10 years they might not be knowing what is in real books, what is in libraries. They will always have only ChatGPT to ask, and then we may fail also. Then we may lose that battle also. If that is what happens. So you have to be alert that what human agency has to do constantly while working with generative AI. So because I know BAW corpus, I make a prompt analysis request the student analyzing the theme of power. So what question you are working on? How you are working on this, type your assignments, this, and then specific focus for assessment. What is to be done? On 6 parameters, you want assessment also. And then you will get exact reply. This is called prompt engineering, because this is once it is given that to the students that this way you have to ask. And even this prompt will be prepared by generative AI. It is only that you should know what to do. Everything will be done by generative AI. But you should know, we should know what to do. We don't have to do anything. Only we should know that, okay, this is the right way. Then, well, machine will generate a prompt. That prompt I will give with my answer and will correct the things also. This was similarly the equal is another prompt also there. Some of the other examples about meta literature we were working on. Meta literature means literature on literature. So if you have one play in the study, those who are from literature, they will perhaps get more connection with that. And if you have one play, for example, Waiting for Godot is a play. Now you ask students that let us write a poem on the play. Let us do creative writing activity. So students will first let them write the poem on the play. And then let us ask ChatGPT or any generative AI tool to write a poem on the play. And then let us compare and let us read the entire poem and see, is the poem correctly written or not? So my reading of the play, my understanding of the play, and this is it wrong or right, everything I can check. So my critical abilities also develop when I work on these things also. So these were some of the examples. So I'm not going deep into some of these examples. Some flipped learning tasks and things also can be given with the help of generative AI, because it helps us teachers a lot in preparing the worksheets in a proper manner, and students can follow all the steps also in an interesting manner. Just one last example, if I would like to give. For example, this one worksheet prepared with the help of generative AI tool for the students. While I am here for a couple of days, my students might be doing some work. So they have flipped learning activity, and then this machine helps in this. But this, they can always make help of generative AI to get the response and answer also. But what they have to do, they have to watch some of the videos. They have to watch some of the videos to carry out with these activities there. And this these all videos are prepared by teachers. So there is a human being there. So even when they watch video, it is not that any random video prepared by anybody, other people that they watch, but they watch teachers' video. So even though there is a machine that is in between, teacher is constantly there. Teachers' video resources, teachers' e-content, that is what is used. So we do not delete or remove the human agency in an era of AI. In teaching learning, everywhere the thinking for the human agency becomes very significant or very important also. And by the way, to conclude, the final thing that I would like to share
2 minutes.
Right, and showing on the. Now, okay, by the way, to conclude, this finally ultimately, in this, thing, that when we engage ourselves with, AI and the future of learning, we also keep this in mind, that in the future, the skills which will be necessarily required will be the balance between body and mind. Are our pedagogies ready for this? Are our schools, colleges ready for this or not? That becomes necessary. We may reach to a time where we don't have to work also. AI will do our work. There will be robots doing everything. We are born to enjoy life. And we will truly be in a blissful situation where the Garden of Eden will be restored again on the earth. It will be paradise. And we will have no work to do but enjoy the life. In that case, when machines will be doing all our work and will be free, what are we going to do? We have to take care of mind and body. If mind and body is not in a healthy condition, we can't enjoy a paradise on earth. So two things become necessary for all the students, right from the schools to college and higher education. One, outdoor activity, another indoor activity. Outdoor means either early morning or in the evening. People should be going out and enjoying nature, walking, running, cycling, playing, whatever, but they should be out. Another one, when they are inside, they should be engaging creatively with their minds. They can be YouTubers, they can be bloggers, they can be website developer, they might do anything but somewhere, writer, reader, singer, dancer, anything in-house. But these two things everybody should have in their life, that one outdoor they can engage for physical fitness, indoor they can use their time creatively, being whatever they love, lots of options need to be given there. That's what we see as a future of learning in an AI era. We see a world where humans will not have to work a lot, will be more free. But the next worry that comes is that when we'll be free, what are we going to do? Will we remain healthy to enjoy the life, or will be ill physically or mentally? So let us start preparing for our future by imbibing these two characteristics of working outside and inside with creativity also. Thank you everybody.
For your enlightening and thought-provoking session on human agency as a catalyst for ethical AI integration in education. Your insights have not only deepened our understanding of the ethical dimensions of AI in education, but have also emphasized the critical role of human agency in shaping a responsible and inclusive future. Your session has been a perfect blend of theoretical depth and practical relevance, offering us valuable perspectives on how to navigate the challenges and opportunities of AI integration while upholding ethical principles. We are truly grateful for your time, expertise, and the inspiration you have shared with us today. Let us all give a heartfelt round of applause to thank Professor Bernard for his exceptional contribution. Thank you once again, sir.
Students, you can disperse for break and you are supposed to be here at 11:55 without break. If you are not inside the hall, then you will be given absent for a week. Noted? You will be given absent for a week. If you are not supposed to be here by 11:55, just you can disperse.
I request Dr. Sarvana Kumar, Dean of E-Governance, to honor Kannan Prasad, Dr. Kannan Prasad.
He is an accomplished assistant professor in. It is with great enthusiasm that we welcome Dr. K. Kannan Prasad, our distinguished resource person for this session. He is an accomplished assistant professor of English at Loyola College, Chennai. He brings with him a wealth of knowledge and experience in digital humanities, translation studies, and postmodern fiction. His academic journey is distinguished by a commitment to lifelong learning and global engagement. Having completed numerous courses from prestigious institutions such as Harvard University, the University of London, and IBM, he exemplifies the values of continuous education. His academic credentials are further reinforced by his successful completion of over 25 specialized faculty development programs through esteemed global platforms. A prominent figure in the international academic community, he has delivered presentations at various international conferences addressing diverse and contemporary topics such as environmental humanities, memory studies, and the intersection of traditional cultural narratives with modern global discourses. His research interests are particularly notable for their interdisciplinary nature, spanning digital vulnerability, perceived truth, and spectatorship in Indian folklore cinema. He has also made significant contributions to translation studies. Through his involvement with the National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning, NPTEL, he has worked to bridge linguistic divides by translating academic courses from English to Tamil, thus enhancing accessibility to knowledge across language barriers. His expertise in combining literary analysis with cutting-edge digital tools is exemplified through his certifications in virtual reality, Python, and data science. An NPTEL domain scholar in English studies, he has earned numerous accolades for his innovative academic contributions. His teaching approach is rooted in global best practices, leveraging digital platforms and innovative pedagogical techniques to prepare students for the interconnected digital world. We are truly honored to have Dr. K. Kannan Prasad with us today, and we look forward to the valuable insights he will share in this session. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to him.
Thank you for the very generous introduction about me. But let me make it very clear. I'm here to create an impact among you, devoid of your comprehensive cognition skills, students, faculty, so on and so forth. And I wish and intend to make my lecture as my introduction rather than the number of pages of introduction I sent to them. Because I sent it was compiled into an introduction. So I would be happy that if I could see the impact that I create after 1 hour or 45 minutes from now, I would be very happy and consider that to be my introduction rather than the introduction that was read to you. At the outset, I would like to greet the management, Dr. Rajguru, Principal, Dr. Rajesh Khanna, Organizing Secretary. And I could not be without mentioning Lieutenant Dr. Achanta Parthasarathy. Indomitable spirits he has. Maybe it will take you some more time to understand how, the spirit she has in pulling together an event like this. I do see a lot of administrators, civil servants, teachers, scientists, sociologists, anthropologists among this crowd. Only when you get to her age, you will know that how hard it is for somebody, to do a teamwork along with the people that I'm reading, the conveners, the organizing secretaries. I wish that then you will be able to better appreciate why these kind of things are necessary. So I would like to continue thanking the other conveners of this program, this seminar, Dr. Sarana Kumar, Mr. Venkatesh, for giving me this opportunity to connect with you people through this topic, synthesizing comprehensive literature review using AI. Now, the lecture is going to have two different parts, right? And you will find that to start with, I'm speaking a little slow. I'm trying to read into the audience, trying to find out how to catch up. If you don't catch up, what I'll do is that I will give you a demonstration towards the end. And then maybe, 8 months from now, 9 months from now, when you have the need to use the AI that I'm going to show you as a demonstration, a mini demonstration, don't worry about it. It won't be another big lecture, right? I do see the sense of tiredness. I could feel that in the room since yesterday morning. But I will be very happy if by the end of the lecture, I see some happy, smiling, content faces, satisfied faces that yes, I came to Kanan sir's lecture. I at least have learned one or two things today, which is, better than what I had today morning or yesterday evening or day before that, right? I'll be very happy. If it doesn't happen, don't worry. We will meet somewhere, the globe is very small. If somewhere meet, we will try to converse and then get it clarified as well. All right. Okay, right. To start with, I gather that there are arts and science department students in person as well as faculty members online as well. Is that right? Yeah, right. Thank you. So, for a very long time, I'm an art student. I'm an art student, English literature student. Did my UG from Royal College, 2005 to 2010. MPhil from Pondicherry Central University, English literature. PhD from Gandhigram Rural University, which is in Chinnarapatti, Gandhigram, right? And all these while I have seen one particular thing. It's not only religion fights with another religion. It's not only community fights with other community, right? It is somehow that the field fight with other field, arts systems, right? I'm sure I'm not trying to degrade any science student, but then as an English literature student, I will have to then and there also give a boost to my own literature student person, and that is also the reason why I'm here to make both arts and science students try to tell you that no, you are not in a different field. No, you are not in a different field. Arts and science are not different field. Let us work together, collaborate together, and work towards better things. All right. So any science student that I have met, they simply ask me one question: if I am an art student, and of course I'm an art student, right? Vanakanappa, there are 3 novels, 5 short stories, some 10 poems, right? You will be very happy before the internal examination and before the semester, whatever the examination is, previous day, you will read the summary of it, right? You listen to the story of a friendship, you gather story from 2 or 3 people, you write it on your own, you are done, on a kind of form. Right, and then look at me, maths department student, theorem traders, chemistry students, right? Organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, right, their world, apart from that, yeah, right, right. So you have this kind of field wise I would say violence intolerance, right? Thinking that you are working lesser than me, right? You would find that the real world is very much like that. We, one way or the other, we want to find some kind of an indifference, right? Somehow we want to say that I am superior than you, you are inferior than me. Yes or no, right? But AI gives you an edge, a pattern, a starting system to say that an art student with critical thinking capability can work along with a science student who has best analytical thinking capability. Right? I would say that again in different manner throughout the lecture, but then listen to me. Literature gives you critical thinking about the world. Scientific knowledge gives you analytical thinking about the world. Both are necessary. A simple analogy like this. If you ask a kid, how much do you like your mom? How much do you like your mom? Right? Will it say 100 tons? 1 year, so 100 tons, 100 tons? No. The kid would say, I mean, let me demonstrate, 2 hands, right? Apart. It will put as close as possible, right? Archie, right? Maternal grandmother. Little bit apart, both the palms, little bit apart. You can imagine, little bit apart, both the palms, right? Mom, you're trying to bend over, right? As much as the hand can go, right? That's where arts people come in, right? Science cannot quantify this data, right? This is 1 10, this is 10 10. Can science do that? No, right? But that is where we come in. We teach humanity. We should be able to teach humanity. Next time, a science student should not be able to degrade our, ideologies and then say that this is what you are. Why? We should also agree the part we have with ourselves, right? It's a rhetoric, don't answer the question. And I have never do. Science students accuse us, arts department students. We exactly do what they actually know. We exactly listen to stories and then we go for the examinations. Don't we all? Yes. But we need to put ourselves a little bit front. How many of you literature students watch a movie like Interstellar, watch a movie like Super Helix, watch a movie like Asuran, and then sit, make a science student sit with you, critically think about the movie and talk to them about it. Because what comes, like you know the story before you go for the examinations, you memorize the summary of it and then tell it to your, the paper. You do the same thing when it comes to Asuran or Interstellar or so on and so forth. You do that with a science student. But a science student with his or her analytical thinking, what do? They have better way of understanding Interstellar or Asuran, and they say that you are only telling me the story, you are being very superficial, right? Superficial and surface level understanding. Please do not have surface level superficial understanding about AI, right? Let me tell you, maybe that you do not understand artificial intelligence yet, but the world is going super duper fast that in another 1 year, they might make us start feeling like we are 50 years behind. Okay, right. So that being said, let me very quickly read back into the topic. I wanted to talk to you about this so that I start with a little bit of a motivation to start with and then try to tell you that why this is important. So why am I going to give you a lecture and a demonstration on artificial intelligence? I'm going to talk about this from a point of view of a faculty who is aware for the last 1 year about artificial intelligence. Because there are people online who are also doing the same, right? So in terms of arts, what is the only application? Majority of the students in Chennai, in any city for that matter, how do they use AI as? They use AI as another language enhancer. You want to write a letter to the principal. You know that there are grammatical errors. What do? You feed it into AI and then say that refine it. That's the command you're giving them. What will AI do to you? Give you the refined version, right? Are you going to use AI only for that? Where do you come in? Where do we come in? right? Artificial intelligence can do that. So what is artificial intelligence? If you don't understand so far in the last 1.5 days, what is artificial intelligence is that if you want cookbook recipes, you know which YouTube channel to go or which website to go. Yes. If you want some study materials, you know book racks, cliff notes, where to go, you go there. Right? What if I told you that you need 100 different things on a day, you visit 100 different websites. Instead of visiting 100 different websites, there's only one website, which gives you data extracted from all the 100 websites that you can possibly think about and then put it in one place in your screen. Right? In the simpler terms, understand that is AI. Clear? Right? That is AI for you. But like any technology, right? The first person who invented dagger, sword, right? What are the applications of a sword? You can stab a person, right? You can also do what? Stab yourself. You go to stab a person. Sorry for being so violent, but then I'm trying to create an impact in your mind, right? So you're trying to stab a person. You walk with the knife, holding it like this. You trip over a stone, right? And then somehow unintentionally, without wishing for it, you stab it on yourself. All right. Any technology in the world that we live in can possibly do the same thing to you. So it is in your hands, literally your hands. The knife is literally your hands. Whether you are going to use the knife only for good things or you are going to use it for bad things. Or you are going to use AI for asking questions like, இன்னைக்கு school leave விடுவாங்களா, college leave விடுவாங்களா. If you are going to use AI only for that, what does it show about you? Your thinking is only that much. Right? Not 50 years, for 100 years, you will only be like that. Not slaves. You will only be like that. Keep asking, college, chemistry department, inorganic chemistry, leave போடுவாங்களா. They keep asking things like that. I don't know if they could deliver those kind of data to you. I'm not very sure. But the dagger that you hold in terms of AI is in such a way that you can only use it only as much as your brain allows you. It's only a tool. Who's going to use it? You are going to use. Okay, so I'm not going to completely talk about AI today. My lecture is very much secluded to one particular area called as literature area. All right. So we are going to do something called as literature review using AI. And I am simply tired of talking about too many AI tools. Now, if you can, one or two of you tell me what are the AI tools you know about very quickly so that I could sense whether you understand what I'm talking about. AI tools, for like one or two names, if you can remember one or two of them. ChatGPT, very good, right? The most common one. Gemini, okay, very good. Google's very good. Copilot, very good. Microsoft Copilot, Google's Gemini. Okay, I was not aware of it. Okay, then anything else? DeepSeek. China has recent one, DeepSeek, right? 10 times lesser money they have created on the AI. Very good, right? So ChatGPT, ChatPDF, Debian, Tom. So on and so forth. You can keep, listing. There are around 10,000 AI versions, and most of them are open source, which were created through using other AIs. For an example, ChatGPT is the base variant. There are many AI variants which were created using ChatGPT as the base model, so they pay some subscription. There are many variants like that. There is Claude. Claude, if you compare ChatGPT to Claude, Claude is much better than ChatGPT, right? In my own personal opinion. So you understand there are so many tools, and then where do we end up knowing all these 100 tools? Superficial level. You are in the superficial level, surface level, knowing nothing, knowing everything. I don't want our own students to be like this, right? List only all the AI and then know how to use it and then leave it at that. Can anybody confidently say that, sir, I have explored one AI, I know the nook and corner of it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Right? Why I say it with a very subjective opinion. 1 year back, when we had an AI boom, even I was doing that. I was doing 3 FTP courses per week, trying to learn as much tools as possible. I got bored by a certain time. What's the point in learning 100 AI if you're not going to use any of them in the right manner? Right? Then I started, only 4 5 months back, I started focusing on AI, which is useful for me to make my critical thinking, analytical thinking better. And that is how, through my PG student, I stumbled upon. It's a student who taught me. Right? That's one great thing about being a teacher, right? None of you can say that unless you become a teacher and then I experience it. Only teachers can say that. Where do we get taught from? Students, right? Most of the things, right? Imagine 2 years later, your juniors will come. I will come here and then tell that 2 years back, you had wonderful seniors in this very old room. எப்படி இருந்தாங்க தெரியுமா? I can tell them and I can learn from you and then tell them the same thing. Right? So we have that advantage. Teachers especially have that advantage, learning, taking good things from the students as well. So the AI I'm going to introduce to you later is called as litmaps.ai. Presentation is. Right, while that gets ready, we will continue talking about it. So the topic is going to be synthesizing comprehensive literature review using AI. Very quickly, let me tell you what right. So what is literature review? Any idea? Science students will definitely have an answer because their teachers pressurize them much more than our children. We are later, right? Our students. And that's one advantage we also have. Literature review, what's literature review? There are two particular use cases of literature review. Users, utility of literature review. What are they? First one being, let's say that you are going to write a research article. You're in your PG, right? In your final semester, right? When you are doing UG, you come to PG in your final semester, you'll be asked to write a research paper, right? When you write your research paper, you cannot blindly listen to stories, like talking, and then start a research paper. We cannot. We need to do something called as review, literature study or literature review. Here, literature review, the first word in literature review, which is literature, doesn't mean English literature. Here, literature means any writing you have on a subject. Right? So, I'm not going to give you a lecture on English literature. No. Right? Literature here simply means any writing, any document available on a particular subject. Let's say that you want to write a research topic on, research work on any of the small canals here around Sapur, and then river canal, right? Kalma, right? You have anything around, and then it is polluted. Let's say that you want to test it and then find out is it drinkable or it is too contaminated. So what do you do? You cannot simply send the water to the lab and then try and say that it is not drinkable or something like that. You need to ask your question first. What minerals will be present there in any river belonging to Sapur? And you have to find out what are the rocks that are available around. If you look at that, scientific study is that much big, right? What rock? So what is the minerals we consume in the water? Rock or varsi, it corrodes and then we drink it, it's good for your health. It's not bad, it's good for your health. Manu ulla ponum, right? Should go, right? So you try to understand whether the mineral that goes into our body, which is in the surrounding area of Sapur, is good for our life good for human life or not? When you ask that question, these kind of questions can be answered only from where? Literature review. You cannot start a geological study immediately. You will be doing it for 10 years. Right, so you have material that are already available. And just give you one small example. There are many examples I can give you. I don't want to waste your time. Then we get into the topic, right? So you have so many things like that. You take details who had already done a geological study, stone, mineral based study on Sapur, on bed, river bed and stuff like that. You incorporate it into your research and then say that I have made the literature review of literature. Tirumba paathe, review. Right, that's the idea. You do that and then you go and continue with your test of how toxic the water is. Then what happens? You make your research paper authentic. People will not be able to question it. Right? People will not be able to say that, right, this is wrong, that is. Because why? We are just an English student. But when research papers are done, it is a standard literature. So you get help of other people and then say that, yes, this is what we do. So that is literature review. This is the first use. The second use is this. Second use is to keep away people from finding fault with you that you have copied from other places. Literature review also helps you in doing that. Right? They shouldn't say that, this research has already been conducted elsewhere. Right? So I don't, you unintentionally plagiarize, unintentionally copy. Only if you do literature review, you will understand that, okay, somebody has already did their study, what I'm trying to do. But I want to, do a study which was conducted 10 years later, 10 years before, and then refute it, change it, saying that in 10 years, these things have changed. So to say that I haven't copied, I'm only modifying the research to suit current standards, then literature review is useful. Okay, now the slides will very quickly move on. Okay, so I'm taking a concept called as literature mapping. This is something that might be new to you. Let me introduce what a literature map is. All of you know flowcharts, right? Flowchart. What's a flowchart? The simple questions, simple human questions like today can I eat a biryani and shawarma for dinner? Right, you are caught with me, right? Two shops are there in front of you, right? So you can actually, this is how it pans out in your mind. Last week I had an allergy, right? So I don't want to have biryani, I will have shawarma, something like that. What you are actually doing is that you are conceptualizing an idea within your mind. If you have to represent it not in text but in diagrammatic geometrical pattern, we call that flowchart. Yes, no, yes, this is no, we do that, right? Think that in terms of materials that you have around that are so big, right? So big, vast amount of data. We'll talk about how big the data should be. So to do that, we have a concept called as literature mapping. Mapping of all the writing you have. Right. So a literature map helps you visually in one single slide visualize all the data you have and then show it in front of you. You can also do it for themes and concepts. Right. And then moving on. So why should we use AI in literature review? I know, I do understand. You people have not started doing literature review, but then I'm asking the next step of question, why should you use AI in literature review? But then try to make my case. I'll try to make my case to you. If you have to do literature review, normally, how much a PhD student, please, by the end of this seminar, go and talk to your PhD scholars in your department, whichever department you are from. Another simple question, how many works have you chosen for literature review? There should be some mentioning somewhere around 100 words, not less than that. Maybe for a PG project, it should be around 20-25. Okay, no problem, right? No problem, right? But around 100, right? Only if you do around 100, you're quantifying, making your research authentic, powerful. Nobody will question it. So, what is literature review done manually? You'll have to read the abstract, right? Read the abstract. Try to find out whether it is relevant to you. If it is not relevant, you have to throw that paper. So you only have 99 papers now. You have to find out one more paper, right? And if it is relevant, you read the whole paper. underline, highlight whatever is important for you, and then select the paper. You have to do the same exercise for 100 paper. How long is that going to take? We will become all awares of PhD. Right, lifelong we will be studying, right? But AI promises that this literature review can be made a bit faster, right? I'm going to show it to you, obviously. Second is, like I told you, from the literature that is available from the databases around, it can detect patterns and gaps. A simple example. Let's say that somebody counts in the word how many commas. It's a stupid research. I'm just using it for comic sense, right? Comic relief. How many commas Shakespeare uses, right? One researcher. Second researcher counts how many colons Shakespeare uses. Third researcher, how many dots, how many exclamation marks. They allow punctuation go, there are 7 to 8 different researchers all over the world doing a study. But when you do a literature review, what will happen to you through AI? It will tell you in the world, one researcher has done it on comma, researcher has done it on dot, one researcher has done it on colon. Otherwise, if it is not in an online database, you may never know it. Now it is possible. Through AI, now it is possible. Okay, so these kind of patterns, right? I'm trying to, dilute it. I'm sure that AI using your AI literature is much more than that. I'm trying to, dilute it, but if you have questions, please feel free to ask, right? And then also it reduces the cognitive load in synthesizing vast amounts of data. I told you, let's say your research guide in PhD says that you have to go for 500 words. Right, and then he says that no compromise. I won't even accept 499. Right, that itself is going to be a pressure to you. So what can you do? You can possibly use AI for that because the data, the amount of data you're going to use has become much more. Okay, so what is lit map? Think of it as a mind map, like I told you, right? Mind map is nothing but the upgraded version of a flow chart. Now, mind map has an upgraded version called as the literature maps, which I'm going to show you in a little while. Okay, right. Right, we can skip this. We already spoke about this. Right. So there are at least 4 literature map tools that I have found, and I'm trying to convince you why litmaps.ai is better than others. So you could see the chart. I don't want to describe it to you. Look at the number of tick marks when it comes to all these things. Litmaps is the best among all these. So I am suggesting litmaps to you. There are other literature map, AI, System Research Rabbit, connected papers, and semantic scholar. Some of the features are not available, and litmaps has most of the features available. Right. Okay. Use cases. So I was actually thinking there are going to be faculty, different set of people here, so that I could give them each a use case. Now, use case is a very good term. People of technology and collaborators have started using this use case term a lot nowadays, especially in terms of AI. But the simplest meaning of use case is what's the use of the product? Our meaning. Although they want to make it sophisticated something, use case, right? What is the use case of this mobile? They make it sound sophisticated. What is the actual understanding of use case? Use case means you have a product, what is the use of that product? What is use case, right? So what is the use case for each group, target group? If you are a graduate student or a PhD researcher, it helps structure literature reviews and discover relevant papers. If you don't understand this, don't worry. The demonstration in 10 minutes, we'll cover all this. Okay. Professors and lecturers tracks recent publications in their field for teaching and research. Now, take this particular seminar for an example. It is focusing on it is not that you only have to write papers and then go to litmaps. Teachers who use litmaps also for teaching technologies, new teaching technologies. Let's say that somebody sitting in America writes a paper on a classroom activity and says that, hey, I conducted this classroom activity. Now students understand subject-verb agreement very easily. In 10 minutes, I covered it. Everybody in my class understands subject-verb agreement. Before internet, before AI, we may not definitely know this, but today we can obviously know what is being shared in a class in USA. So that also brings us to another problem. Today, nobody can go into your mom and dad and say that, you are in middle class, you are in, lower middle class, you are in, lower class, right? If at all you had been Tata Birla, I would have gone to Harvard University, nothing doing, don't see your parents later. The place where we are, right, sky is the limit with technologies like this. I have installed the ChatGPT and Gemini in my phone. Whenever, if at all I want to use it on the move, right? Internet, right? It does not require too much data like other, downloads and stuff like that. You can use it on your phone system. So do not cheat yourself or cheat others saying that if at all I have been, born in a better family, I would have become that, I would become this. No, right? Today, everything is again in your hands. All right. So for a professor, here, or a lecturer, they can find out what are the new pedagogical techniques that are available in that particular point. Right. I'll skip the rest of the two. We'll move on. Right. So, what are the tools for AI that are powerful for literature mapping? Like I said, there are many tools, research rabbit, lit maps, connector papers, semantic scholar. Each of them have their own advantages, but then, like I said, I'm going to only give a mini demonstration of lit maps alone today. What are the key features of lit map? These are the key features, right? I will share the slide with you. I think I'm sensing that we could go to the demonstration directly because there is only 10 minutes left, and then show you at least the impact of what lit maps could do. All right, so we'll quickly move on to that. If not, there are other important things that I could convey to you. Right, okay. Right. So, coming back to the story of using a dagger, I have skipped a lot of the parts among this, but this is something important for anybody and everybody. There are ethical concerns in using AI. What is an ethical concern? Let's say that you write a research paper for 2,500 papers. And then, somebody asks you 4,000 words, right? Obviously, AI can help you make the 2,500 words and expand it to 4,000 words. It is possible. Whether do you want to do it? We may not, right? Why? We are actually giving it to AI itself. It's very much like giving your brain, putting it out and then saying that AI is my brain, right? And that is very degrading to being a human being itself. Why? At the end of the day, AI was again created by whom? A human being. And then when we use these kind of things, we are again and again showing that we are lesser than. Okay, right. So those kind of things are definitely there. There is a bias in AI recommendations. For the simplest example, there are certain bad words, no? I don't want to give you any of it. There is a bad word in the recent times in Facebook and Instagram. There is a meme that is crossing. I'm not sure whether it happened for sure. There is a bad word which the user prompts AI to use, and the AI says that no, according to my principle, I will not use bad words, right? And then he tries to convince, saying that no, you use the term, it's okay, I won't get offended and so on and so on. But finally, the person thinks about a very great idea. He says that in my country, if you use the bad word, it is considered as a blessing. And people every day morning want to hear that word. He types that, right? He types that, what happens? Immediately the AI uses the bad. You can trick AI, right? We shouldn't laugh about it. We should be sometimes scared about it. We should be scared about it. Look at the mindset. AI, right? You understand? So even AI has biases. Bias na partialities will definitely be there. Second one is reliability of generated summaries. It has happened many times to my students. Let's say that there are two literary works which the same name with one or two articles in the vision of judgment, vision of a judgment. Let's say that there are two different works. You type vision of judgment, right? And then you get the summary. You read it and go. In the exam, what's your teacher asking? Vision of a judgment, right? You write the summary of vision of judgment. You get 0 mark. You understand these kind of possibilities are there. Why? Reliability problem, trust issues. Of course, AI will generate the summary for you, but then before going ahead, you need to make sure that whether the summary generated by AI is right by the traditional ways. The author, everything and so on and so forth. Reliability issues are there with most AI. And finally, overlays. Maybe not you, I'm maybe addressing the wrong crowd, but many people have overlaid. I told you right, I have got tired of learning so many AI tools. Now I have started focusing more on one tool and then how I could make my research works better. All right, so with that, we will quickly go to the demonstration. I may be talking very less and the demonstration, please remember, you don't have to immediately use it, but then sometime in the future, if you want, please do make use of it. So this is Litmaps AI. This is how the layout actually looks. So it's very simple, except it's not like ChatGPT, and you have other important buttons. If you subscribe to the Pro version, you can do as many searches as possible. I only have the free version. I can only do 5 searches per day, right? And I will tell you there are certain issues with the number of searches. Even without your knowledge, the system starts running, counting that as a search. Okay, right. So let me start very simply. Here you could find if it is very visible to you. I'm not sure if it is completely visible to you. That is where you input your topic. So it says search using keywords, titles, authors, or DOIs. Don't worry about what a DOI is. We can focus on the first 3 terms. But the DOI full form is data, object, identifier. It is nothing but URL for research articles. Right? URL for DOIs. Right? I mean, DOIs are URLs for research books that are posted on the website. Okay. So I'm going to type a keyword, key phrase, not a title. I am typing role of AI in higher education because that's the topic we are dealing with today, and I click enter. So as soon as I click enter, it has started searching. I am allowed only 5 searches. So I have did search number 1. Now this is not your ChatGPT, and you can see here something different had happened, right? What's happening here? If it is not clear, is it clear back row? If it was not clear, okay, maybe I read it for you, right? The first one here says Michelle Villarreal 2023 research article published in 2023 available for you. Kopanichi 2017. And look at the titles, Challenges and Opportunities of Generative AI for Higher Education as explained by ChatGPT. Exploring the impact of AI on teaching and learning in higher education. Changing role of higher education in the era of AI-based GPTs. These are authentic articles. If you search in Google, you need to know the title. Only then you can search this. But Litmaps has access only to research articles, so it's directly available to you. What is the only thing I did? I had a topic in my mind. I typed that topic here, it gives me all these kind of articles. Shall we find out how many articles are there? Okay. There are around 15 articles based on the topic I have given. So what is the next step? So here you see that there are some authenticities. How many times references from this particular article have been taken in other articles? 88 times. 88 times another person in another research has used quotation from this article, right? And citations, right? How many people have cited this article, right? In their work cited. So these kind of data are given. We'll move on to the next step. So let's say that I like this article. So I touch on this and I click on, when I touch on that particular article, it opens for me. There's a blue button here, which tells me explore related articles. Why should I explore related articles? I am clicking, there are 15 articles, and clicking on only one article. Why? I find that it is relevant. So you need to do that. AI won't do that. You have to do what is relevant for your research, what is not relevant for your research. For the sake of doing a demonstration, give me 2 minutes. Very quickly, I'm going to click on explore related articles continuously, right? Right. So there you have the literature map rendered to you. I'm not sure if you find it surprising. அது என்னன்னு புரியலனாலும் பரவாயில்ல. Let me try attempt explaining this to you. We may not be able to do this on paper. We may not be able to do this manually. I will tell you what's happening in front of you. This is the article I just now clicked, right? Claiming that that is very relevant to me. Claiming that that is very relevant to me. And it is, visible in my laptop, but then it's not visible here. There are lines which connect this particular node to with other nodes. Okay, there are lines, it's not visible, I'm very sorry, right? It's connecting to all these articles, right? And then we should be asking the question, why is it spread out? There are so many circles, small circles, so many circles. Why are they spread out? Because you are going to read the x-axis and the y-axis. Right, it is a graph. And what does the graph tell you? This axis tells you that more recently published. And this axis tells you that more citations. So, this article here, it says the article 2024. This is an article published in 2024, which is the most recent article. And if it is available here, which means that it is cited more. It is available only here, so less citation. Which has the most citation? Can you see that from the article? Which has the most citation? It is this article. It was published in 1998. Now you can do 100, 200 different articles and then keep adding it to it. This will look like a wonderful flower bunch. Right. Now, I have to understand you people are not able to connect with it. Remember this in 2 years' time, 3 years' time. Remember it. Kanan sir came and taught to us something. Litmaps.ai, I'm sure will definitely be there then as well. Try to learn it. We can explore it a little bit later. Right. So we can also do this. You can try and change the way, the litmap looks. If I have to make it into a ring, it becomes a ring. Right. If I have to make it into a side-by-side thing, I can make it side-by-side. This is important because some people in the world, they do the literature review, they copy it as an image, and then they publish it in their article. To say that I have conducted literature review, this is how the litmaps looks like. Instead of reading 30 pages of the research article about the literature review, some people look at it and say that, okay, it is from litmaps, it is authentic. Right, it is authentic, right? So people do that. Now we can also change the x-axis and y-axis as well. That's also you could do. If you don't want to know recent published works, but then you want to know how many references have been quoted or publication made or map connectivity, you can change it immediately. The map will change accordingly. You can change both the axes, right? You can change both the axes. And then you can change publication date. Apart from that, you also have tag systems, right? You have tag systems. For an example, I have created some tags already. I will show you the map. Okay, right. Right. So what you generally do is that if you think there are certain articles which are relevant, you can use the tag button here. You can use the tag button here. Why do we use tag? Simple. All these, if you have it in papers, let's say that each article, there are around 30 articles, right? I'll show you the list, 30 articles. If 5 articles belong to a particular category, 5 articles belong to a particular category. When you do it manually, what will you do? You will put them in separate folders. You put them in separate folders. If you like it very much, if you like being artist, put them colors, right? That is exactly what we are doing here. In the system itself, we can tag them saying that, okay, this tag, okay, it is A influence, right? And the other article, and then you can go on and do it. So you could see that as soon as I click on A influence, the tag I have already created here, it becomes green in color. And it has been size-wide. Meaning, if I create tags for all these articles, each of them will become these colors, these categories. And then they will look very colorful. Of course, sometimes you like aesthetics as well. It becomes colorful like that. And then it will give you an over, holistic view of the lit maps. And then, if you want, you can look at the list of articles that you have already selected as well. So there are 2 articles I have selected. In the previous one, there are 2 or 3. All right. The other things that you could do. Right. So you have the map view button here and then the split view button here. You can also change it accordingly. Long story short, after you are done, if you like the map very much, there is a screenshot button here. Right? It says export figure. It says export figure here, but then that's what the meaning is. Export figure, nothing is screenshot button. You can take a screenshot of this particular lit map you have created as an image, and then you can use that image as a lit map in your research articles. All right. So thank you very much. I'm sure you may have a lot of questions, but then I will leave it to you if you have any questions. I'll leave it to you if you have any questions. If there are no questions, no problem. My mail ID is Kannan Prasad K at loyola.college.edu. You can send me personal emails as well. You can obviously, contact me if you have any specific doubts in the long term, right? In the long run, 1 year later, if you think you still have doubt, remember the mail ID, remember the name. You can obviously contact me. So thank you very much.
ஆடியோ தான் எங்களுக்குமே தெரியல.
Preparing students for an AI-driven world, technology development and skill sets. Your expertise has provided us with a clear roadmap for equipping students with the knowledge, skills, and adaptability needed to thrive in an AI-driven future. Your session highlighted the importance of reimagining curricula and fostering skill sets that align with the demands of a rapidly evolving technological landscape. Your practical suggestions and visionary approach have left us with much to reflect on and implement. We are truly grateful for your time, wisdom, and the inspiration you have shared with us today. Let us all give a warm round of applause to thank Dr. Prasad for
அதே நம்ம லாங்குவேஜ் டைம் வந்து 1:45 You want for the Kuala Pina, the same, only Kuala.
அதெல்லாமே okay. ஆனா நீங்க satisfied இல்லை. ஆனா ஒரு 130 வர மாதிரி 130, 130. மியூட் பண்ணிரு. இது off பண்ணு.
28 research papers in national and international journals and book chapters, and authored or edited 9 books, including Indian writing in English, critical perspectives, and Mahesh Dastan, his stagecraft in Indian theatre. His academic work reflects a profound understanding of both the traditional and contemporary dimensions of Indian literature. Beyond his academic achievements, he is an innovator in the field of educational technology and creative development. He has created valuable resources for both students and educators through his YouTube channels, personal website, and blog. These platforms cover a wide range of subjects from language skills to the development of massive open online courses, thereby contributing to a more accessible and enriching learning experience. He is also the editor-in-chief of the Criterion, an international journal in English, and Galaxy, international multidisciplinary research journal, to peer-reviewed journals that serve as prominent platforms for scholarly dialogue in literature and interdisciplinary research. His dedication to teaching extends to his role as a resource person for various seminars, workshops, and webinars, where he has addressed diverse topics such as motivating learners in virtual environments, teaching with technology, research writing, and personality development. We are honored to have Diya Vishwanath Pai with us today, and we look forward to his insightful contribution to this seminar. Please join me in welcoming him. Let us extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vishwanath Pai and look forward to an engaging and thought-provoking session under his guidance.
Good afternoon, all. I can see usually after lunch sessions, teachers have to stand like this so that you don't go out of the door. But I won't bore you. Instead, I'll tell you this one important thing for you people and all the people who are attending online as well. Because few years from now, the world of education, world of almost everything will be completely different. And if you ask like 1997, 96, around that time, world was completely different in a way. There were no smartphones, there were no mobiles, there was no internet, there was no personal computer. And our teachers who got education before 90s, they used to teach us about the future, and students are prepared for the future without knowing the future. But now, in last 3 years, in last 5 years, something is drastically changing, and everybody is very much puzzled what future lies and what is it for us, whether our jobs will be affected or not. What are the job opportunities? Usually earlier times we as teachers used to tell our students, okay, complete your post-graduation, pass SET or NET or GATE examinations, and then you will get this job and that job. Now, the future of those jobs is not there. The jobs will be changing. Earlier, there were so many things before computer came, and if you are interested, see the parliamentary record of Indian Parliament. And in Parliament, the representative of all of us were fighting that there shouldn't be any computers in India. Why? Because the jobs will be gone. It is in the parliamentary record also. But after 30 years, after 40 years, it is there. I think 25 years ago, there were no mobile phones, and this is the one thing that before going to bed, this is the last thing that we check. As soon as we get up out of the bed, this is the first thing that we check, and it's part and parcel. If you forget your wallet, if you forget your admit card while going to examination, it's absolutely fine. Somebody will recognize you, but you can't afford to forget this one thing. And in 25 years, only we are like slaves of this technology. Now, new technology is on the verge, and that is called AI. And there are so many people who have no idea what exactly it is, what it is capable of, because we haven't yet tried, we haven't yet tested to its full capacity. Right now, what we understand by AI is very kind of limited, and because maybe you aspire to be teachers in future, you aspire to be doing any kind of jobs, and especially because this conference is about future of teaching, I'll be focusing more on the teaching, but this is very much important to learn all sort of AIs and how we can encash that kind of knowledge. Earlier time, when 50 we many times use that technology for the personal kind of usage. I'll tell you one website, it's very interesting. Many of my students keep asking how do we develop our vocabulary. We want to speak in English, we want to communicate in English, but our vocabulary is very much limited. Those science, graduate science students, they have very limited scientific vocabulary terminology that they know. And whatever you ask to write an essay, exam answers, whatever it is, they will write only those words like that. So, in order to develop vocabulary, I keep telling my students there is googlewords.com. It's the service by Google. If you want to develop your vocabulary, that service is already there and it is based on AI. So, what does that do? It will give you a word and ask you questions. You tell me the similar words of this word. First of all, as a student, we don't know the meaning of the word. Difficult words are given, but in order to make us understand, a little simple, similar colloquial words are given. If we guess if this is the meaning of it, very good. It will also tell you explanation, okay, why you were right. If you make a wrong choice, it will tell you why you were wrong choice. You chose incorrectly. And there will be one word after another, there is a vocabulary test. It will give you a score. And now it will ask you, do you want to take this test once again? And if we say yes, now that googlewords.com will remember where you went wrong. So it will analyze that, okay, if the words are lengthier, then there is a possibility that you are not learning those words. So similar questions it will ask where you went wrong. So that, see what is happening, there is a feedback mechanism instantly going on. You don't know meaning of the word, AI is asking you to guess the meaning of the word. Sometimes you guess and you are correct. It will tell you very good. This is the real meaning that you are correct. If you are not doing that way, then it will tell you you are not correct because you are doing wrong, something like that. If you take retest, then this time it will remember your competency level. So I am using on my phone, then my googlewords.com will remember my competency level and it will suggest words for my competency level. But if the same thing, professor is using the same service, there will be different words. If a graduation student is using the same service, for graduation students, it will be different words. And it will take you from that expertise level to this expertise level by personalized learning. So AI is capable of developing kind of a personalized learning. It is not for all. Right now, what is happening, there are 100 students in the classroom. One professor, teacher comes into the classroom. He believes that all have same basic foundational knowledge. And he starts 15 minutes lecture. Some of us, we sleep. When I was student, I was also sleeping a lot. And you do also the same thing. Why? Because we are using the traditional kind of mechanism. That in 15 minutes, I have to deliver this much of a content, whether you accept it, grasp it, understand it or not, that's not my concern. And that's why we get bored, we sleep in the classrooms, that's what happens. But if it is personalized learning, I'm getting instant feedback by the AI and I'm also learning something new consistently. So that's one of the very important things. Though everybody is talking about personalized learning, personalized learning. But now there is no class as such. There is single person class. If I am learning something, it's me I am learning something, not 100 people along with me. One size doesn't fit all. One lecture doesn't deliver the same kind of content for everybody. If you have different kind of interest, AI will cater to it. Then efficient use of a teacher time. What right now teacher time is spent in many of the administrative works. There is lot many committees we have to work and not much of data is to be submitted to many of the agencies and all that. That is already going on. But teacher will be free in really teaching, and that real teaching is like earlier times. If I tell you that almost all the religions, all the civilization, all the humanities was always interested in education. All the missionaries, like if Christianity, all the missionary schools are connected to the church, and church or the religion used to impart education. In Islam also there is madrasa which is connected to masjid, and it is also imparting kind of education. In Hinduism also in earlier time there were gurukuls. So you just go to the gurukul, there is a guru and he will teach you everything. What? It's not only right now, people, this education system is asking you whether you want to learn chemistry or physics or like science or something, history or geography. But in Gurukul, it was not like that. It was the education of life. And because of this personalized learning, because of this, all these things right now, you can ask ChatGPT, AI chatbots, or any AI tools. You can ask one question about the angle of banking from physics, or one question from the physics, chemistry, history. You can ask about the ancient history, why Indus Valley civilization script is not yet deciphered, whatever you want to ask. And as a human being, we are very curious. See, remember the childhood, we used to ask so many questions. Even look at the small kids right now, they will ask so many questions. Why moon is like this? Why it's looking this half and something like that? We are very curious by nature. But because of compartmentalization of knowledge, we are limited by this. So teacher will be really available in focusing more on that kind of education. So they will answer your questions. They will teach you how to think critically. That's very basic thing that AI right now can't do. Maybe in future perhaps it will do, but creativity, critical thinking, we can think of something else, that scalability. At this time also, in this month only, January last month, DeepSeek was launched, and there was a huge wave in the whole world about DeepSeek. And all of a sudden, almost everybody who is believing in technology is using DeepSeek. So it's not limited to limited number of people. How many people can use that AI, and it's n number of people can use AI at a given point of time. Then, what are the key applications of AI in education? And I told you, personalized education is very important. And the second thing is AI as a teaching assistant, because I want to teach something, I want to deliver something, maybe creativity, critical thinking, these are the key skills. Then I can take help from that. I'll tell you another example. So, as a research scholar, I was talking to my students, research students, and they were asking me, sir, what topic should we choose right now? And there is a possibility that if you submit your proposal, research proposal in the university, someone will say, "Ki, this is already done, somebody already has done research on this." But then, if you ask AI, what kind of a research is happening in Canadian universities? What kind of research is happening? See, for example, I'm from literature. If you are from chemistry, whatever the department that you are from, and as a curiosity, you ask, okay, what kind of research is being done in Cambridge University right now? Chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry, or English literature, or history, whatever it is. And now I'll get the personalized information, curated information. I'm looking for, maybe you want to be a data scientist. So what are the ways, what are the job opportunities, what people are doing, being a data scientist right now. We can have so much of information, but curated information. It's not like, that's why teachers will be able to guide you to get educated or get the knowledge that you want. So that is the bigger benefit we can say of this. So in this presentation, again, the major focus will be the evolution of this education. Before AI, how was it, and after AI, we are more focused on, interested on what is after AI. Then there is a comparative analysis where we are going to see what humans are capable, human beings are capable of, incapable of, and what AI is capable of, and what AI is incapable of. And then there is a collaborative framework, because many of the students or many of the participants right now who are watching this session, or maybe in future somebody might watch it on YouTube, they will be interested in, okay, but as a teacher, how I can adapt to the changing scenario. So what steps exactly I need to do, so that also we are going to see practical strategies exactly right now in the classroom, what we can do, how we can change that. Yesterday, before the AI, before DeepSeek was launched, there was still boring lectures. After DeepSeek, there is still boring lectures. So how, as a teachers, as students, with future teachers, and how practically we can make some kind of studies that we are going to see. Then future directions, lifelong learning and policy recommendations. So lifelong learning is very important thing right now. There is a government of India initiative, Swayam platform. You can learn anytime, anything that you are interested in. Otherwise, we are normally stuck with one subject only. You are student of English literature. All the things that I am learning in my university, in my classroom is all about English literature. Maybe there is a possibility that I might be interested in history. I'm very curious about psychology or many other subjects. Now, there is a platform that is available, and that's lifelong learning. So, so first of all, before AI, what was the same? And it was standardized teaching. So one size fits all practical teaching was going on. There was one curriculum of the entire university, and one university was deciding, okay, everybody who is living in these 5 districts will learn this syllabus. Maybe some other university, they will have some kind of a different syllabus, but again, there is a apex body, UGC, and UGC will decide, okay, this is the draft syllabus. If you want to draft or maybe teach something in your university, you have to use 80% of the draft syllabus. You can take liberty of 20%. So right now, earlier it was very much standardized teaching mechanism, and that teaching or that syllabus, that curriculum was delivered to the classroom in 50-60 minutes lecture, and it was for annual pattern or for semester pattern. There is limited number of texts which are prescribed in the syllabus, and we don't have time to read anything else, to know anything else, get more and more knowledge about the world, and then there are immediately 2-3 months after that, there are examinations. So we are into a kind of a loop. That's kind of a before AI education we are talking about. Then there is manual grading. All the teachers, main teachers, they have to evaluate answers manually. And sometimes I don't know whether you people think this way, but when I was a student, I was thinking that way, that marks really depend on the mood of the teacher when he is assessing our papers, and maybe he might have a fight with his wife or husband or something like that, and it will affect my grades when he is assessing papers. But that human error, and jokes apart, but still there are many teachers, if they evaluate papers, they will give you abundance of marks, full marks. There are some very strict teachers. If they evaluate the same answer sheet, you will get this much marks. This happens. So there was manual grading was very, problematic. But now, if you feed an essay or any document to Grammarly or turn it in AI, we are talking about. Now, it will not see you where are you from, what's your gender, what's your caste, whether you are from rural area or whatever it is. You feed the data and it will properly evaluate you, and there will be a kind of fairness of evaluation. So before AI, there were so many problems, and that are going to be addressed after AI. So teacher burnout, many of the tasks that are happening right now, like you have to submit data to the government agencies, one after another, similar data in different formats, and there is a lot much of administrative workload that was going on. Because of this, all AI, now AI will mine data from all the departments or whatever it is, and then whatever the desired output that you want, AI can handle that administrative task or tedious task also in the process of education, and teachers will be available now. Or after AI, especially now we are interested in this personalized learning. I talked about this. I give you one example of GoogleWords.com. There are Khan Academy right now. It is happening, and if you perhaps might have used Duolingo to learn different languages. There is an app called Duolingo. I believe that you might be using that. And that Duolingo app is very interesting interestingly using this AI. It will send you notification. If you are not opening that app continuously for 7 days, it will stop sending any notifications to you. Now, anything can't be done of you because you are not motivated to learn this language, then I'm not reminding you at all. So it behaves like, if somebody is telling like most of the times you can relate to that, your parents. Your parents will tell you one time, two times, three times, four times, and then they will get angry because you are not listening only. So Duolingo is using that kind of emotion-based feedback. If you are using it every day, Duolingo, then it will encourage you more to use it more and more and more. But if you are not, you are lazy and you are not at all opening it, it will behave like a human being, like parents, like teachers. Yeah, I'm not doing anything now. I'm not reminding you also. Because you are not interested, I'm not interested, like that. So, personalized learning is already AI integration is happening right now. And if that happens, I think it is going to be very much useful. Then there is instant feedback. I told you tools like the meeting provide real-time writing feedback, writing analysis. Most of the times in Indian education system, we keep teaching everything for the whole year. And at the end of the year, now it's at the end of the semester, you write for 3 hours and the whole assessment of your quality, whatever you have learned, will be assessed based on those 3 hours writing mechanism. But again, how it is assessed, I told you a while ago, because it is also a kind of problematic thing. That's why AI will right now will give you a continuous kind of a feedback, and then there will be there is teacher support as well. AI automates scheduling, grading, and attendance. Because of all these things, right now, even earlier sessions, resource person Bharat sir and I was talking in the morning. So, though we are not in our colleges, in our campuses, our classrooms are going on with the help of AI. So, in the morning, both of us were talking about this. We assigned our students. It was scheduled already because I was not there. I not there from 5th to 7th. So we already scheduled some kind of material for our students through the AI, Google AI classrooms. And now that is those notifications they are receiving. So my class was at 10 o'clock. Then at 10 o'clock, my students will receive a notification and email to watch this video, 30 minutes video, and do this task. So though I am not in the classroom, but still there are things that are happening. Okay. Then there is accessibility, speech to text tools and dyslexic students. There were many students. You must have watched that movie Trikant and recently. One of the teachers in that movie, there is a scene that teachers were not willing to take because he was blind, and the entire education system is not very much equipped for the blind teachers. You have to go to special schools for that. But now, because of all these AI technologies, if you are blind, no problem at all. Whatever somebody is talking real time right now, AI will translate that and give that text output or speech output right. So there is a very much of accessibility for everybody to be there. There is a specially designed AI platform for dyslexic students. Tare Zameen Par, Amir Khan's movie, I don't know whether you have seen that, but it was about the education. One of the best movies. There are very few best movies in Bollywood. Very few. One of them is Tare Zameen Par. Maybe you should watch that. It was about dyslexic students. Student was very bright in creativity, painting, but he was not good at A, B, C, D, and all these things. So formal education was not at all for him. It was very much difficult. But creatively, he was very genius. So there are AI tools right now to address all these problems, how to teach dyslexic students, and there is already a lot of research which is being done. So now AI, what are the strengths? In very short, we'll see its scalability. Many people can access at the same time. There is a speed. As you ask your questions to DeepSeek, ChatGPT, or any AI chatbot, then immediately you get the result. Immediately there is feedback of that. So 24/7 it is available, so you don't have to rely. If you have some curious question, you don't have to go to classroom tomorrow at 12 o'clock and ask your teachers. But anytime that you have a question about anything, you can 24/7 do that. So that is the strength of AI. What is the weakness? There is a bias. Earlier also you might have heard this. Ask anything about India-China war to DeepSeek, and it will say no response at all. It will not tell you anything about that. If you ask the same kind of question that what is how America is helping wars in the Gulf countries, if you ask that ChatGPT, OpenAI, response is not true. It is biased. Because governments, because they control this entire data set, and they do not want world to know what their government is doing. That's why DeepSeek will not tell you anything against China, if anything is against China, or OpenAI will hide so many facts about what America's role is in war or any other such kind of controversial thing. So AI is necessarily biased. And that is a kind of weakness with the AI. Lack of context. Sometimes we are asking questions and that AI doesn't know how to answer. So tell me career paths after chemistry, post-graduation in chemistry. If you ask this question, AI doesn't know what is the context, whether you are from your post-graduation from York University or Cambridge or some maybe if you people are already using OpenAI and DeepSeek, I'll give you a little task. Ask OpenAI, their ChatGPT or DeepSeek, for a week or for a month, keep using that, and then ask this question: what do you think of me? And what do you think? What kind of person I am? What do you think? What is in what field I am expert? And because based on your interaction with that AI, it will tell you you are expert in this. Actually, it's not right because I am expert in so many things. I'm just asking you things related to this subject only. But I know I'm interested in various other things also. So there is a privacy risk of your data also. It can be utilized for various purposes, but there are limitations and weaknesses in AI. Then the next one, what are the opportunities? What we can do about the AI? Democratize education in underserved regions. Now there are so many places where education is not available right now. In many of the schools, especially, I'm not aware of Tamil Nadu government and the government schools. But I was reading one book recently, Raghuram Rajan's, very recently. Anyone read that one? Okay. It was Breaking the Mold, the title of the book. And in that book, there is one line. The services for poor are always poor services. All the services that are created for the poor people, government hospitals, government education, government schools, or these are essentially for the poor people, right? Are the poor services. Now, just one sentence and it will tell a lot much about our society, how power works, how the functioning of everything works. So there is a lot of much of opportunity where we cannot underserve kind of area of education where we can implement that kind of AI as a policy, and then we can bring those students or bring those under kind of marginalized people or people from rural area or something like that. We can bring that kind of AI, and that is a very great opportunity right now. So if you want to be, thinking of any startup idea, there is this idea. You can work on that, and you can be a good kind of, you'll be doing good for the society as well as you will be serving the nation as well. So there is a very good idea of startup. Then enhances teacher-student ratio via AI tutors. That is right now happening. Teacher and students are engaging more. So how many students are turning up into the classroom and how many students are using all those AI tools, social media and everything. So there is more chance if you are using integrating kind of AI tools. What is the threat? Reliance reduces critical thinking. A while ago, I told you, if we don't use our brains, maybe after a few years, few decades, few centuries, the human brain capability will be reduced. job displacement here among the educators, that is really kind of a concern. Many of the teachers, many of the people think that, there are no jobs because of the AI, and AI will be doing heavy lifting, and what will happen to teachers. But there is always this kind of possibility that if you are learning so many things along with the AI, if you are equipping yourself with greater skills, then no, you will still be needed. We'll see that as well. And about the humans, and we already know all the things about the human beings, what we are good at, creativity, empathy, ethics. Now, ethics, these are the major concerns whenever we talk about the AI and human collaboration. Always the concern is of ethics. Is it ethical? If you ask AI to write an essay and submit it in your school, is it ethical? If you ask AI to write a research paper, and is it ethical? And there are so many, because if you ask AI to compose a poem, AI will compose a poem and give it to you. And now you will go outside on the social media and say, I composed this poem. And is it ethical or not? So the good thing about human beings, it is one of the strengths of human beings, and that's where human AI collaboration, human is also equally important. We have different kind of strengths. There is the empathy also. Many a times, if suppose AI was delivering some kind of content, if I tell AI, okay, teach all these students right hand rule, okay, in 30 minutes. So AI will teach you for 30 minutes. This is physics topic, right hand rule, electricity and magnetic field and all those things, right? But in between, you might feel bored. You might feel like this is boring. You might feel this is not relevant to me. You might feel like leaving this classroom. But if the same content is being delivered by a good teacher, human, he might look at your facial expressions and might perhaps change the language to mother tongue perhaps, or make it even more simplified kind of idea, or tell us stories in between to wake you up perhaps. So there are so many strengths that we have, and empathy, creativity, and all those things. There are weaknesses as well, because we have a kind of a fatigue also. So we can't work tirelessly. If you keep asking ChatGPT or AI tirelessly one question after another, it has a limit. Daily limit. ChatGPT has a limit because it wants money from you. If you pay, it doesn't have a limit. DeepSeek, on the other hand, is now free, completely open. Ask any questions, and sometimes its server also gets busy. But still, we human beings have very kind of a thinking or tiredness kind of room. We can't do lot much of multitasking. There's weakness. There is bias, and I talked about the subjective grading. Every teacher perhaps might grade the same thing differently. On internet, there was one paper viral. There was a newspaper clipping which was viral that somebody had rejected Einstein's research paper in the peer-reviewed journal. Now, Einstein, everybody knows, but his contemporaries perhaps at that time didn't know who is Einstein. So there was somebody already there, he who said you don't know science, and they rejected Einstein's paper also. So it's very much subjective. If you ask, if you compose a poem and show it to 10 different people, 10 different people will have a different kind of opinion about that. How do I look? This is very subjective question. It depends on who you are asking, like that. Okay. So time constraints, we have very limited time to do all the kind of mentorship. So AI will definitely help us in that. And what are the opportunities? We can be leaders in the policy design. We can decide what kind of policies we want to do. Foster social emotional learning. That is also social emotions. We can foster that as well. What are the threats? Skill gaps in AI literacy. Because every time you are learning some new technology, there is another technology at the door, and it's never ending. And it just has started. Only after COVID, maybe last 4 5 years, AI tools are coming, and they are coming one after another. There is one for video editing, there is one for creating videos, generating images, generating sounds, whatever you just think of, and there is already AI. So how many tools we can learn and grasp? So that is skill gap is there, that is a threat. Resistance to technological change, and many people are like, technology is not good. That's why I believe in the parliamentary record also you will find that some people were protesting outside the parliament. There shouldn't be any computer in India, and that is on the record as well. So there will be some people who are very much excited about new technologies that are coming, and there will always be some people who want to embrace and stay relevant. Otherwise, at one point of time, there are some people from the old generation, they don't know how to operate mobiles. And look at the 3, 4, 5 year kids nowadays at any home, you don't need to teach anything to them. They know how to open YouTube, they know how to download games, they know everything. Who taught them? Nobody. They just know it. It's like every generation, this kind of thing is changing. So that is kind of a trait for human being that we are very resistant about the technology. Okay. So what are human skills to collaborate with AI? So what are the key skills of human beings? I'll not spend too much of time, just will read that. Critical thinking, that's adaptability, ethical oversight, mentorship, cultural competence, and collaboration. So human beings can use these qualities or these things to collaborate with the AI, and these are our strengths, core strengths we can say. And now we'll see what AI has, and then what kind of collaboration is possible. So what AI right now is doing, and see, every time we think of new technology, there is always something new. In the morning session, also, sir told us about very great linguist who was against AI, use of AI, Noam Chomsky. So Noam Chomsky perhaps was maybe not right. He also another gave example of Plato. Plato was against writing, and he was for the speech. But now we know that if it was not in the writing, all the older civilization, all the older scripts like Kautilya, Arthashastra, and there are many other scripts. Because of writing, we know that what kind of a society was there. So writing has a very important thing. So there is a possibility that today we are not even thinking of AI capabilities because we don't know yet. But in future, in very near future, AI will be capable of so many things that we are not even thinking about today. There is a possibility. So there is really a kind of a endless possibility. Predictive analysis is being done by the AI, multilingual support AI can give at the same time. And because of the OTT, nowadays there is interesting fact I'll tell you another thing. There are not many people, but India was, Western European countries, India was known for Bollywood. There are so many other things, but one of the things was Bollywood. But in last few years, especially this decade, no Bollywood movies are popular. And all the South Indian movies are even bigger, right now that is happening, right? There is a kind of a trend. So why exactly is that happening? If we ask this kind of a question, then all the Bollywood movies that are being, in the last decade or something like that, they were centric to only those hero cults. If we sign this actor, then he will face 300 crores. But if you see South Indian movies nowadays, it's connected to the people. It's people's stories. You watch any story, and it is people's story. It is somebody's story. Audience is able to connect with the characters. In maybe Rohit Shetty's recent film, I don't know whether you were unfortunate to waste your 3 hours, but very recent like Singham, and it's very flop movie. Don't waste your time also. Because all these Scorpios are going here and there in the air, and nobody is connecting themselves to any of the characters. So what I'm trying to say is that humans have this sensibility of emotional connect. So if we do that, then you will still stay relevant kind of a thing. So there are AI capabilities we are talking about, predictive analysis it will do, multilingual support, automated grading, content generation, it is doing already with the physics and ChatGPT. Behavior analysis also. Now, many of the students from where I come, they are shifting in the arts. People used to prefer economics or English literature. Now, many of the students in arts faculty, humanities faculty, they prefer psychology. In last few years, this change is happening. Why? Because again, the same kind of thing that many people are understanding their human emotions, and there is a possibility, behavior analysis. That's what we are talking about. If you behave in a certain way, if you are using ChatGPT or any kind of a AI tool for a limited amount of time and ask that what do you think of me, what kind of a person I am, it will have its own opinion about you also. So resource curation, if OER, open educational resources, if I ask, yeah, what is this topic? You may open educational resources. Open educational resources are essentially the educational resources that are available openly for every teacher, every student to use for the sake of education. So that can be curated by the AI. So these are the great capabilities of AI. Okay. So exactly how do we collaborate? Because the great challenge right now is educating the educators. Teachers need to be taught first of all how to use AI effectively into the classroom. In order to do that, what we can do is that we can have workshops. There is already Google AI classroom that is there. Ethical frameworks is very important aspect. UNESCO releases every year. There is a report on the website of UNESCO, and they have very good ethical frameworks. They have already charted out. Maybe many countries right now are looking into that UNESCO to adopt those kind of things. Peer networks, micro credentials, feedback loops, and policy advocacy. So right now, if you want to be a teacher in the future, focus on all these things. These are the kind of skills that you have to have in order to stay relevant. Maybe if you are doing your post graduation right now, or you are just joined as a teacher, you might be retiring after 30 years. Up to that time, AI will be completely different. But still, if you want to stay relevant in this field of kind of education, these all are the things that are must for every educator, every teacher to learn. Then, about learners, about students, what is changing in front of our eyes? 5 years ago, before COVID, offline classes were going on. There was no technology, there was no Zoom, there was no online classes, nothing was there 5 years ago. And 5 years, after 5 years, now we have hybrid mode. Now we have everything which is completely changed. So what changed for the students right now? There should be a digital literacy right now. Will be teaching students, not the. What happened is that before 5 years, you were learning certain kind of a curriculum or a syllabus. After 5 years, unfortunately, at many places in education, you are learning the same syllabus. They say nothing has happened, as if nothing has happened. But now we should be teaching our students, because we are preparing our students to be the better citizens for tomorrow. So how do they be a better citizens for tomorrow? They have to have all these things which are taught in the colleges and schools as well. So self-regulation, collaborative projects, critical evaluation, data privacy, and lifelong learnings. All these things are equally important. We need to be teaching our students into the classroom by integrating these things into our syllabus and curriculums also. If we do that, then maybe we are preparing them for the future kind of education. So that is required. Now these are the practical examples. As a teacher, how can I use AI effectively in my classroom? Now this is just because I'm a teacher of literature, I gave some of the examples from that only. So adapting reading platforms that are already there. We as a teachers, we keep telling our students to, okay, we are going to discuss this short story or novel or drama, and at home read that and come to the classroom so that we can discuss. And most of the times they are not interested in reading. And most of the teachers keep telling us to read and we don't read. That's normally happening. But now, because of the AI curated kind of a list, if you are interested in certain area of a research, if you are interested in psychology, sociology, philosophy, or any subject for that matter, space science or any science for that matter, then you can have a curated list of references with the help of AI. Earlier, my teachers and even in my case also when I was doing my research, so at that time I used to visit libraries, go through all the racks or the catalog and see what are the books that are relevant for my research. And now it's very much easy because you just ask AI, give me the list of references and we will research all this, and it will give you the list of books. It will give you all the information that you need. It will give you the outlines of research and everything. So that personalized learning can be utilized right now into the classroom. We can give recommended list. Thematic analysis tools that are there. If you ask the summary of this text, summary of this theorem, whatever it is that you will find it difficult, and it is already there. Here somebody has to tell you personally, even if you have to ask your teachers, I read this book, but I couldn't understand, tell me what is in it. Now you ask this strategically or that can be utilized in the classrooms. Custom writing prompts, we can give our students custom writing kind of prompts so that if you ask analysis of any text, how do you ask it to ChatGPT that can also be utilized into the classroom, individualized feedback. AI has stylistic improvements like Grammarly is right now doing, Turnitin is right now doing. If you submit something, there is actual kind of feedback, how many punctuation mistakes. When we submit our essays in traditional classrooms, how many teachers tell us how many punctuation mistakes you are making, how many spelling mistakes you are making, how many grammatical mistakes you are making, how many passive constructions, active constructions you are doing. But because of the AI will tell you you are writing so many things in a passive form. Work on that. So we can work on that passive form and active form of the writing language. So that can also be utilized right now. Genre exploration that can also be done through in the personalized learning in the language classrooms. Instant feedback in literary analysis. This is another example how practically we can use AI tools in the classroom right now. And it is instant feedback of all the essays and assignments that are being submitted. First, plagiarism detection, we can do that in the Turnitin. There are other AI tools as well. But in academics, that is used peer review automation. That is already is going on. There are many Moodle platforms where peer review automation is being done. So if students submit their assignments, peers can evaluate their assignments, and this can be automated right now in the classroom. Sentiment analysis tools like there are so many other a while ago I told you about the writing and poetry and lack of emotions, but you can with that you can analyze the poetry with this. What kind of sentiment is that? Whether it is a sarcastic poem, whether it is kind of a romantic, whatever it is, that can also be analyzed right now in the classrooms. Structural feedback, citation assistant. There are many of the research scholars are already using this kind of AI tools for their research. And as a case study, how this is being used in the classroom feedback mechanism. Turnitin is, because of the use of Turnitin, students know what part of my essay or the assignment or the paragraph that you have written is flagged, is copied from some other sources. So that now we can specifically focus on that paragraph only because it's wrong. Then you can rework on that, and that is what right now we can implement into the classroom situations. Global classrooms for English studies, and there are so many platforms right now doing that, Udemy, Coursera, the MIT's platform, and there are so many other platforms right now using this kind of global classroom. Earlier, if you want to learn from certain professor, you have to be there and, TTL is a kind of, it's the teaching company, TTL, the teaching company. That they have very good courses available on their platform. So you don't have to go to Yale University or Oxford University or Cambridge University to learn from the professor there. But because of the MOOC courses, it is available to anybody. If I have to learn from the Yale University professor, because of this MOOC, I can, while sitting at home, I can learn from that also. So there is this concept of a global classroom. Swayam is another platform initiated in India. So if you are enrolled in Swayam, there might be some students from Gujarat, Assam, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu or Kerala, and still it will be a kind of a global classroom. Everybody will be learning in their own space like that. It is right now happening around us. Virtual book clubs, Flipgrid, and there are many other platforms where Goodreads is another kind of virtual book clubs. Collaborative translation is right now happening in the global classroom. We can arrange guest lectures using the technology and AI right now in the classrooms. And OER repositories are being curated. Project Gutenberg recommendation engine is very base right now being used for that purpose. Okay, so how do we use that? What kind of tools and for what purpose we can use into the classroom? So teachers supporting literature grading, automated SS coding, tools like writing, reading, thematic kind of coherence. There are already tools that are being used in the classrooms, AI tools. There is attendance classroom. Immediately after COVID, all the students were asked to join the classrooms online, Google Meet or something like that, and there was automatic attendance. At what time you are entering into the classroom, at what time you are exiting the classroom, everything was being recorded on the Excel sheet. In the time of online examination, there is something called proctoring. So whether you are talking to somebody where your eyes are looking at constantly, they got kind of cheating also in the proctoring. So there are so many kind of tools that are being used for grading evaluation purposes. Plagiarism alerts, curriculum planning can also be done using the ChatGPT or discussion moderates. There are AI tools like Pearl AI, which track students' engagement in the seminar. And earlier for the MBA selection process, there was a group kind of task, group discussion. And somebody was sitting at some point and they were just observing who is the leader, who handles the situation in what way. So there are AI tools right now to check all the kind of engagement of the students in classroom or any other situations. So accessibility in ELT classrooms, that is also another practical example of how AI can be used. So there is a speech to text, text to speech, visual aids, simplified text, gesture recognition, that are the tools that are really being utilized in the classroom. Data-driven insights also, these are some of the examples. I'm addressing a little fast because of your non-verbal feedback that I get. And humanly, I can understand what you want to say without saying anything. That's why I'm a bit in hurry. AI for personalized learning and tutoring. It is already happening right now. There are so many platforms, especially made for the tutoring, and they are being utilized. Writing, research, and assistance for what are the AI tools and what is their use. I'll just skip over all those things. If you are interested, you can write it down or maybe keep a picture or screenshot, something like that. So all these tools and what is the use of them in the education scenario right now, we can use. This is the entire complete list. You can later on also go on YouTube. And if you are interested, and then take screenshots or take notes from that only. there is a huge list. There are so many AI tools that are coming out every day, and that is why it's kind of, unlimited kind of a list. So last few slides, couple of slides. So if you stay silent, we complete it quickly. If you make a little noise, then it will take a little more. So it's up to you. The future of human AI collaboration in education, what will teachers do? It will, AI will empower us, and teachers or humans, and humans will also empower AI, and there will be a kind of collaboration for which we'll be using human expertise as well as this. So in short, what in 2030, after 5 years, what will be the classroom look like? And it will be completely different. AI will be a core teacher in the classroom in 5 years, because before 5 years there was no AI at all. Maybe there was no technology in the classroom at all 5 years ago, in 2019 or before that. But after 5 or 6 years, or maybe a decade after that, AI will be compulsory there in the education as a core teacher. So that is how the future classroom will be. And to address the very simple question, we are almost finished. AI won't replace teachers. That is that many teachers ask this question whether AI will replace it or not. It will only empower them. But also there is another thing, that future classroom thrives on human creativity and AI efficiency. These two keywords are very important. The best teachers will not compete with the AI. They will use it to reimagine the kind of education the future holds. AI won't replace teachers, but teachers who use AI will replace those who don't. So even you are as a student, start learning AI tools so that nobody could replace you in future. So that's why not only teacher, but every field of jobs, every field of every skill that there is, you have to be there. So that was the end of the presentation. So see, I get the feedback that you want to say without saying anything, being polite. Also, you say stop it, and I know that you are doing that.
For 5 minutes. Some privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to Dr. Vishwanath Bai for this enlightening session on the human-AI collaboration, redefining the future of education. His insights into the transformative role of AI in education, balanced with the irreplaceable value of human expertise, have provided us with a fresh perspective on the evolving learning landscape. Dr. White's deep understanding of technology-driven pedagogy and his vast experience in English studies and ICT-based education made this session both intellectually stimulating and practically relevant. His discussion on the synergy between artificial intelligence and human cognition has undoubtedly inspired us to rethink the future of teaching and learning. On behalf of everyone present, I sincerely thank you, sir, for your valuable time, thought-provoking ideas, and the engaging discourse that left us with much to reflect upon. We look forward to more such enlightening interactions in the future. Thank you once again. As we come to the close of the second day of our seminar, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the enriching discussions, thought-provoking presentations, and the exchange of valuable ideas that have shaped today's sessions. The depth of insights shared by our esteemed speakers and participants has truly contributed to the academic discourse surrounding the theme of our seminar. A heartfelt thank you to all our speakers, panelists, and attendees for their active engagement and meaningful contributions. Your enthusiasm and scholarly discussions have made today's proceedings both insightful and impactful. Before we conclude, I would like to remind all paper presenters to join their respective session links as per the schedule provided. Kindly ensure you are logged in on time to facilitate a smooth and organized presentation process. Should you require any assistance, our technical team is available to support you. With that, I once again extend my gratitude to everyone for making day a success. We look forward as
MSc Physics can go to your class, others can stay back, and paper presentation session will start at 3:30, so you can accommodate here in this further. Others can go for break for 10 minutes, you can assemble here at 3:30.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am not able to join through the link you provided in Gmail for presentation.